Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, February the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. All right, what's happening this morning? So we're in for a softer open, guys. Yeah, the market has just been moving down ever since 4 o'clock. So we're in for a negative open. Let's take a look at some of the things that are moving. This Hills could be interesting, HILS. I think the next high that I saw is about a year ago on the weekly chart. So HILS had some news, trading higher after company reported initial results evaluating, etc. So there is some news on this company, very low float, of course. Let me get to the float. Float is, 3.95 million in the float, so another low float. What a great couple of weeks it had. Last week, it was low. The low was 54 cents. And we're up at 222 right now. Welcome, Brendel. And Chan and everybody in YouTube and our Discord room. SQL. So this one was super active a couple of days ago. Pull back, and now it's got up to what, 238. Then yesterday got down to 78 cents, right back up to 196. Pretty. Look at the volume: 15 million shares, 4 million in the float, 4.7 million in the float. I don't see any specific news on it. It's probably just maybe a carryover from 2 days ago or 3 days ago. But I don't see any specific news on it today. Well, there's no point in joining it also. It's the same room, okay? It's just a different way to access. I mean, if you want, I can give you the link, but it's just a different way to access. But here is the link if you want to go over there. But again, it's exactly the same. XPON, XPON. XPON had some, I would say some news or something after hours. I saw this one after hours. Yeah, look at that move area on our 15-minute chart, my 15-minute chart. That is the reaction to news, which I can't see. I don't see. Wait a minute. Here we go. Company announced it has been selected by Cube Series as exclusive supplier of lithium ion, etc. All right. So that was the news for XPON. Or post-market high got up to 385, so it's about $1 off that. This is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Well, at least Uber, when it had earnings, the day it had earnings, it had a nice pop. And then, of course, it's faded since then. But look at Lyft. Wow. Crushed. 30% down, guys. 30% down on earnings. And the lows down here, I mean, this is almost a lifetime low. I guess looks like the lifetime low is around 966. This is almost a lifetime low now for Lyft, LYFT, earnings play. PHAT. Okay, got some kind of a letter from the FDA. Not on the good side. So let's see. Formal FDA request for more data, I guess. Another one. Oh, it is shortable. PHAT is shortable for me. Let's see what happens here. So it broke down through the 200-day moving average. So let's see what happens once this market opens. Edible, EDBL. Boy, you might, I mean, this is going to be extremely volatile and risky, but is it over 5 still? Yeah, just hanging around 5, EDBL. So back in these days, this got up to, these days meaning the end of December or mid-December, got up to $20. Even relatively recently, not, let's see, January 26th, got up to $16. HKD doing this thing now too, guys. I'm hearing HKD. Haven't seen this one for a while. Another crazy one. That one got up to $2,555. You can believe it. This is last August. That's exactly it, Spinity. Yeah, the question was, why did HPCO fade? Yeah, it's a financing. How do you bring up the change symbol? Just left click on the chart so the system knows what chart you're in, and then just literally, if you start typing, typically the change symbol box will pop up. Okay. So again, left click on the chart and then just start typing. Now, if that doesn't work, if you left click and you start typing, nothing happens, press the space bar on your keyboard, and that should bring up the change symbol box. Okay. So this edible, yeah, this edible, they did even have a little bit of news. Edible announcement, or Garden announces research partnership with the New Jersey Institute of Technology, et cetera, et cetera. Haven't seen an AI alert. Well, there's nothing more to elaborate, Spinity. They did a financing, and typically when a company does a financing, and financing was done at what, 150? At 150, typically it goes down to that price or even lower. So I mean, that's it. You know, nobody wants, if you're an existing shareholder, that means your position's being diluted. So that's, I mean, there's nothing more to elaborate on. That's very typical of companies when they release a financing, especially the cheap ones. AYX, AYX, AYX is an earnings play. Nice breakout on earnings right now. Coming into some weekly resistance though. Well, there's nothing, Spinity, there's nothing more I can say. I mean, you just have to read. I don't know anything more than you do, okay? In terms of HPCO, they announced a financing, they're raising money. I mean, this is it, you know, trading lower after the company announced the pricing. They're raising money, $6.3 million at $1.50. That's it. Nothing more I can tell you. Companies do that well, not all the time, but especially small companies that are desperate for cash. You know, they will resort. They probably wish they could have done it at a higher level, but you know, they didn't, weren't able to do that. Net, it is an earnings play. Net, NET. Let's see, what's the next high? 65.43. Sort of keeping an eye on this IFF. I mean, this is one. If you were in the room yesterday, this one absolutely got hammered down yesterday on earnings, and it's still kind of at the lows. The low yesterday was 89.28, so it's a little bit above that. But boy, if it keeps going, if it has a second day, now obviously it could have a bit of a bounce day. So okay, Spinity, that was from Interactive Brokers. I use the news source in Interactive Brokers, but let's see. I mean, our news may have had it. I don't know. Let's take a look. Yep. So our news, if you click on our news, it's right there also. Okay. If you're a subscriber, I mean, it's in the single stock window right there. I know you're a subscriber, so the single stock window has a news tab. Just click on it. A lot of times news like that will certainly appear because it was yesterday, but you can just see it. There are two headlines right there. BE, my namesake. BE is an earnings play. BE. And not that exciting. I'm not seeing too many exciting things. The only one that could be exciting is the HILS. You know, with that float and that news, the next high is 276, I think. 278 on the weekly chart. Newell, NWL. NWL is another earnings play. And again, what I consider an earnings play for those new, any company that releases after hours, so in other words, after hours yesterday or in the pre-market, is an earnings play for me. Means typically the stock will be pretty active all day. So you can see right here, they released pre-market. NWL released pre-market. There was no action after hours, but they released this morning. Very choppy so far. Yeah, I don't see any news on SQL either, Ronald. It might be just, again, they obviously had some news 3 days ago, but I don't see any specific news for it today. EOLS. Now this was really gapping down and then it popped a bit. EOLS. Not a bit. I mean, it was down. I was thinking of shorting it. I'm glad I held off. 655. So it's tacked on $2. Another one. I don't see any news on it. I'm just scanning my headlines. I don't see any news on this one for today. Unless this is a carryover from yesterday, Metatalk sells part of Evola shares, but I don't see any news on it today. BPMC. BPMC. FDA has asked them to put announces a partial clinical hold for phase 1/2. And that's the FDA. FDA slaps partial clinical hold on them. So let's see. I mean, this is a big gap down. Look at that daily chart. It's impossible to trade right now, of course. Why do I say that? Well, look at this. Here is this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue window that you see here. Look at the bid ask, 41.52. All right, well, I'm going to check my email again today and see whether or not briefing.com is, no, there it is. They must have just missed it yesterday. Okay. So I do have some upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Whoa, my goodness. A huge list. Well, actually, interesting. Okay, there's a multiple downgrades for Lyft now. LYFT, multiple downgrades. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 firms downgrading, and there are probably more out there. Wow, 7, 8, 9. 9 downgrades for Lyft. Whew. Well, I'll get the upgrades in first. And again, if you're wondering where I'm getting this is from briefing.com. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? There are a lot of sites out there that'll have upgrades and downgrades. Speaking about international flavors, IFF actually has an upgrade this morning by Bank of America. ASPS is, okay, it's moving down. I'm hearing my text to voice. I hear saying ASPS over and over. All right, now I'll get the downgrades in. So again, we've got multiple downgrades for Lyft. All right, some other ones. There's another one with a couple of downgrades, multiple downgrades is GMED. GMED, multiple downgrades for it also. multiple, whoops, just a minute, guys. Okay, I apologize. I didn't have my downgrades in caps. Actually, we've got some multiple downgrades for various stocks today that I'm seeing. GMed, Lyft, of course, even Nuva, NUVO, Expo, XPO. So while my list is big, a lot of it is just multiple downgrades. Okay, I get them in the main room now. Okay, so I don't quite understand your question, Spinity. I have a question. You say you have a question for me. I know you will tell me to join TI to get some help, but I want you to go a bit deeper. Can you show me a way to improve it? Well, improve what? I mean, there are all sorts of scans that you can create. I've got my scans. We've got channel bar scans or scans in the channel bar. It's too general a question. Improve it how? So take a look at GMed, guys. Oh, no, no. Unfortunately, Spinity and YouTube, you cannot put links in. You'd have to come to the main room. Okay. And the other thing is, I mean, I may be able to help, but right here, you're in the YouTube, which is okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being in the YouTube room. It's not as active, not as many traders there. I just sent you a link for the main room. So Manu is weakening here. I don't know if it's because of this that headline about charged by Football Association for mass confrontation. I don't know if that's the reason. Yeah, this Hills is the one, maybe, okay, maybe. I mean, we'll never know until the market opens to see what happens, see if this is the one that's the flavor of the day. But, it certainly has some room on the weekly chart. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. So again, we're in for a weak open, not horribly weak, but weak nonetheless. So if you click, I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, then click on dock channel bar and show more, and that'll get me to my sector status. So we'll take a look at the major sectors. Again, if you're unfamiliar with this is our sector status channel. We have the major sectors here. So XLE is a major ETF for energy. So when you see 100% in green, does that mean that means that every single stock that makes up XLE is up from yesterday's close? Okay, the close at 4 o'clock Eastern time. So it's actually funny that the market's down because we do see some positive sectors. Consumer stake, when I say positive, anything over 50%. But look at XLK and communications, materials is 50-50. It's kind of a mixed bag. So let's take a look at the sectors again with respect to their 200-day moving average. Okay, so there's XLE. That green line you see on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. Okay, so still above it. And then retail, XRT. Yeah, starting to move down towards it though. It took a long time for it to break through, and then it finally broke through. Look on a great run, but look at this. Big day, a down day yesterday. We're below that now, so starting to drift down towards that 200-day. Consumer staples. I think this is still the only one that is underneath. Yeah, so this is still underneath the 200-day moving average. I believe that's the only sector that is. XLV is getting closer though. XLV is certainly getting closer. This is the healthcare sector. Industrials, XLI, yeah, so nicely above. Financials, XLF. I think that we're starting to get a little bit closer. Yeah, not really. Consumer discretionary. Yeah, it's still hanging over that 200-day, but not that far. But it took a long time to break it. Materials, XLB. And then communications. Communications, is it still above? It is, however, starting to approach it again. And this was the worst sector by far, I think. It took forever to break above it. But look at this, it's starting to come down towards it. And then last but not least, of course, is technology, XLK, still above it. Again, it took a while to get through it, but it's still hanging above it. Now, spin it. The other thing you can do is just send the link. I mean, I'm not the be all and the end all to try to take a look at your scan and try to improve on it. The other traders are just, probably number one, they probably have more time than I do. So you can send that link in. If you don't want to come into the main room, you can send the link in. Just ask. I don't. I may not have any idea. Let's see. Well, okay, so I don't run my races pre-market, but I'm not sure I know what you're talking about exactly. Are you on, did it work before? How about that? Did it work before the way you thought it should? Okay. Um, well, okay, all I can do is I don't want to start my race yet. So, I mean, we're going to wait another 7 minutes for my race to start and I'll see if it's okay on my end. Okay, if that's okay. Now, is it possible that there's just not a lot of action in whatever race you're running in the pre-market? Or was it fine yesterday? Completely fine yesterday. I don't run any races in the pre-market. Okay, but is it possible there's nothing happening? Every now and then, for instance, on my large cap gainers from the open, on a big gap down day, a lot of times this will not start at 9:30 because there's just nothing happening. Then I have to manually do it. Okay, well, let's see. If mine is okay, then I don't know what to say. I can give you mine and or you can give me yours, as a collaboration link. You can start the races anytime you want, JJ. Okay. I mean, I just like starting the race at 9:30. If you look at my, the options that I've got auto start time at 9:30. Okay. But you can start the race anytime you want. If you want to start the race, auto start on load, as an example. If you want to start the race the minute that you load trade ideas, that's up to you. There's no right or wrong in this. Okay, guys, Lyft is having a bit of a lift here. LYFT having a bit of a lift, but boy, multiple downgrades. I think that there's probably a lot more, but briefing.com had 10 downgrades this morning. Now, it would have been nice if they downgraded yesterday, maybe knowing that they were going to have horrible earnings. Well, that's just not the way it works. Well, Kyle, okay, you can have, this is two alert windows that I do have in the pre-market, and it'll get triggered on when it makes a pre-market high. Okay, so every time it made a pre-market high, that's what I was saying, or a pre-market low. So every time ASPS made a low, I would hear, I know I had a sound alert, and on this one, I had text to voice. So I would hear her saying asps, okay? But I typically just look at my top list for all that in the pre-market. But again, if you want, you can create this is all I've done here. Was it 927? So this is all I've done. These are my filters, between 50 cents and $65, volume 50,000 shares, etc. Okay. And then if a stock makes it with these filter requirements satisfied, if a stock makes a new pre-market high, I will get an audio alert. Okay, give me one moment, please. Okay, well, let's see if mine starts working right off the bat. Okay, I mean, I can't quite tell, obviously, if the races are working because I haven't started my race, but in about 1 minute, my races should start. Okay. You can have a 5 minute high. I believe 5 minute highs work in the pre-market also, things like that. As long as you don't have the relative volume filter active, okay? That's the only issue. If you have the relative volume filter in a scan and you're using it in the pre-market, you'll get no data. Okay, thank you, William. Yes, the market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. 15, I try to let things settle down a little bit. Hills, though, I mean, Hills could be the one that just romps from the beginning, but if it does, it'll leave me behind. Okay, and so my races did start. Again, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, I mean, this Hills could take off, but this is not a recommendation or anything, but let's see if Lyft can break down below 11. What was the low in the pre-market? Looks like around 1074. I'm going to stick an alert at 1074 with all those, like at least 10, probably more downgrades for Lyft now. 5 minute high, yeah. Well, as the alert, a 5 minute high as the alert, Kyle. Now, the other thing you can do, I mean, unfortunately, we're past it, but you can run a race in the pre-market and you'll see the things that are moving. You can run a race on it on your top, like the top list that I use, and run a race on it. And then you will see, just like a normal race, you'll see the stocks that are moving. That might be a better way to do it. So if you know how to run a race, Kyle, then I would try that. Just take your top list in the pre-market and launch a race on it, and you will see. I mean, just like any other race, you will see the stocks that are moving. The reason I don't do that is because I don't trade in the pre-market that often, okay? So it's not that important to me. I'm doing too many other things, trying to prepare for the open and all. But if I were one who wanted to trade a lot more in the pre-market, I would probably use a race. It just doesn't, Yari. It's just one of those things within the program. It only starts working when the market opens. Technically, don't ask me, I don't know, but it's been like that forever. PayPal, guys, is an earnings play, I think. PYPL is an earnings play. The reason I didn't see it is because it had to be up in my scan, it has to be up 33% at least, or down 3%. So you can see it's only up 2.6% right now. Well, guys, I mean, again, I am a little more conservative, but this Hills looks like it just wants to rip here. Now, the other thing, Yari, what you could do, what I do, if I'm interested in things like that in terms of volume, use your volume percent filter in the pre-market. There goes Hills, guys. Because for instance, if you have that as a column and you sorted on that column as an example, let me just quickly bring that up. See the volume today right there, the volume today percent. Now I don't use this filter when the market opens, but excuse me, in the pre-market, what that's telling me though, let's just say that that number was 50% and I'm looking at it in the pre-market. What that's telling me is that already in the pre-market, it is traded 50% of what it would normally do in the entire day on average. And that's happening in the pre-market. So that's pretty significant as an example. So you could use that filter right there, the volume today, and that'll show you the ones that are trading abnormally volume wise. Hills, guys. So if you took this one, just be aware the next high looking left is 278. If you took that one, All right, guys. Well, I don't know what you were talking about. Starter position. I am short lift, guys. I am short lift. I'm in at 1079. I don't know when you were saying you were starter position. I wasn't sure if you meant long or short, but I am short lift now at 1079. I was actually hoping it would get hoping to get a little closer underneath 11, but it went so quickly, and it's showing up now in my 10-day daily breakdown. And yes, I did make an exception. I don't usually trade in the first 10 minutes, or 15 minutes, but something with multiple downgrades like that. Okay, I'm getting set to cover some of this lift, and I want to make, because it could have a pop, that's why I don't like trading in the first 15, but I'm just wanting to see if it can hold underneath 1050. Okay, I've covered some, guys. I covered some. It broke down underneath 1050, and then it popped up again. So I've covered some around the 1052 mark. All right, so I'm going to keep watching it though to see if it can collapse again. So BE is actually, wow, look at this. I mean, this is an earnings play. It actually had a downgrade. I noticed it did have a downgrade this morning, but it had popped up on earnings a little bit. It wasn't like up huge. Excuse me, the market opens and look at this. This is another earnings play. Didn't see this in the pre-market. The reason being, it didn't really do anything in the pre-market. SRTS, excuse me, looks like the next lows are around 570 for SRTS, another earnings play. So HBCO popped. So off that financing, I guess, yeah, the 150 financing. So there's my Halts resumes right here. I've put it on the monitor I'm displaying. Oh, SRZN. SRZN having a move here. Big day yesterday. Came from under a dollar, closed over a dollar. SRZN. The next high looking left is $1.40, it looks like. SRZN. AYX, guys, the more expensive one, earnings play. Looks like this one is, well, not looks like, it's on the move. AYX on the move. Now, my issue with it is right here. So this is at 68.04 right now, or 68.12. The next high looking left on the weekly is, well, I mean, it's $1.50 away, approximately. Meanwhile, SSRM, another, this is silver play, isn't it? Yeah, silver miner. SSRM getting hit here. Don't know why. They had some news after hours, but that meets the guidance targets for 2022 production. But that was after hours yesterday. That didn't seem to affect the stock at all. I don't see any news on this one. Right lift. Keep just watching to see if it can really collapse under a 1050. GFAI isn't that? I think somebody said that was a reverse split today. Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be. There's no real guidance. I think that's what somebody said. Yeah, so it is a 1-for-40 reverse split. So unless they come out with some, incredible news today, you probably want to back off. It's a 1-for-40 reverse split. Very, very risky. So that float number that you see there of 39 million, it's actually going to be less than a million now. Divide that by 40. Okay, so that's going to be less than a million in the float. So, it's going to be incredibly volatile. All right, well, I'm out most of my lift now. Did not hold underneath 1050 very well, so I may take a look at it later. That's not the symbol. Next low is 1006. The next low is 1006. All right, well, HPCO is trying to have, well, not trying, it's having a nice bounce right now. Low float, 2.7 million. Did a financing at 150, so I guess on the good bright side, it did hold the financing level. Well, look at DraftKings. It's not getting any lift at all from the Super Bowl. You would have thought, somebody said that, I read somewhere that there's more than double the amount that was bet last year on the Super Bowl. So more than double. And those were statistics from about 4 days ago. So, there's more and more bets coming in. So, and you would think that companies like DraftKings would at least have a glimmer of hope. Not, I guess not. Okay, on the hills, as we saw yesterday with, well, I think it was the HPCO. Out of nowhere, all of a sudden volume wow, look at the volume though. I mean, 21 million shares right there. I'm sorry, that's the HPCO. I meant to look at the HILS. Oh, yeah, well, 41 million have traded. So it's traded the float over 10 times. And how do we get that number? Well, there's the float. You divide the float into how much it's traded, 41 million. So divide approximately 4 into 40, and that gets you about 10 times the float that it is traded. Okay, what is the market doing? Let's see. The market is Nas is down, Dow's down, the SPY is down. Okay, so nothing is ticked up yet. Okay, so HPCO now just got halted on the way down. Where SSRM continues down here, guys. So I don't know. I don't know exactly why this is tanking the way it is, unless the market was wanting them to exceed guidance. That was news after hours. Really didn't affect it. Is there something else that has hit that I'm not aware of? Okay, News Corp. NWSA is an earnings play. This is getting hit here. No real reaction in the pre-market. There was not that much action. Now we're seeing it though. The next low looking left, to me, it's just a little too close. You know, it has 379 million in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. And I see the next low is 1864. Now, listen, it could break right through that, but that's preventing me from taking this trade. Oh, my 10-day daily breakdown is going crazy today. There's lift again. I don't have very much left, but at least it's now underneath 1050. Don't have very much left. How about that GMAD? How did it do? Because it had multiple downgrades also, GMAD. Okay, these are the guys who are merging or doing something with Nuva, NUVA. That's right. That's why this was down yesterday. All right, guys, HKD, super, super risky. Even though I mean, it's not an insanely low flow, 23 million, but it's on the move here, and its companion AMTD is on the move a little bit also. All right, we have 15 minutes in the book, so let's take a look. How about this MLGO? What are you doing? Wow. Okay, I remember this one now. Yeah, crazy one, crazy one. Back here again, either an IPO or is it out of China? Yeah. So this was not a SPAC. I don't think this was a SPAC. This is one of those crazy, really cheap IPOs that went crazy the first day and second day, I believe, up to $71. And look what happened since then. So it's really done nothing since then. AMTD, Torps, regarding HKD. So that's AMTD. If you type in, if you put AMTD, you'll see that it's an HKD. You'll see the link there. Compo, CMPO. Does this have room? Well, it's got some room, maybe to $7, maybe to $7. And that's Compo. Here's a company I don't think I've ever seen before, Silvamo. Paper Mills earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Look out below. Look out below for this one. Yes, and this is SLVM. The next low looking left is 39.37 or so, 39.65-ish on the weekly chart. Now just keeping an eye on that on the lift. It's still hanging around that 1050 mark. This is Q4 EPS, earnings per share, by 22 cents. And that is the earnings release for SLVM. So not very good. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Now, the only issue is the spread too. 43.11, 43.49 right now on the spread. And we have some bottoming tails. So, I mean, the sellers knocked it down here. Excuse me, the sellers did knock it down here, but the buyers have taken it up the last two times. So how strong is the resolve of these buyers to keep this higher? Okay, so Newell's got a little bit of room. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's an earnings play also, NWL. It's got a little bit of room. I mean, if you look left on the daily chart, the next low is 1318. And so we're sitting at 1350. It's a big float, 411 million. So, you know, it's going to take a bunch to move it. Okay, Viru, this was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, an earnings play yesterday. Got hammered down yesterday. Trying to recover a little bit here. VERU. Boy, that BE was I didn't take it. Unfortunately, I did not take it. Look at this, just collapsing here on earnings. We had the alert 23.31 on a short. So there's a dollar move right there. This is the don't repeat version. So this is telling you the first time that we get the alert with the filters met. So at 9:37, 23.31 for BE. This is the repeating version. So every time it makes a new low, you will see it here. This one I didn't look at. This yeah, I could have traded it. Yeah, it's just a shared designation. I can't tell you. Voting Class A voting shares for A, Class B voting shares for B. But it is tradable. It is tradable. I'm just looking at it did load into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. Well, the hills are alive, guys. HILS. These are still active here. The VWAP didn't quite hold. 226 is the VWAP. It did get below it a little bit. So this may not be over, especially if you get a huge, big surge of volume, HILS. All right, that's it for me and the lift guys. It's actually did okay on it. I was hoping it would get closer to 10, but still did okay considering I broke a minor rule about not taking a trade in the first 15. Yeah, this got a little bit of room. GTHX, when you look left, the next low looking left is actually, yeah, 659. So it's 30 cents. It's not a ton of room. I'm always looking for something that has a lot more potential. Hills guys, boy, this is looking, takes out 250 again. Going to go on another run. There's the high up here, 260-ish. Yeah, you guys were mentioning docs before. So docs appeared on my 10-day daily breakdown. It was just a little too early for me. 32.68 was the alert. So it's dropped a dollar since then. And again, these are scans that I am sharing, okay? 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns. I'll get into that just in a little bit. Ooh, Oscar guys, OSCR. Right into the 200-day moving average, 456. So it's right at that the 200-day moving average. On the move here, got some news announcing inducement grants under Section 303, whatever that is. Okay, so it did have some news this morning. I remember seeing this one yesterday. So it's been on a nice, what is that, about a 6-7 week run. Yeah, welcome back, JC. Well, again, the only reason I sort of broke that rule is because of all the downgrades it had in the pre-market. I often see a stock, with 10, 12 downgrades, even though it had already been hammered down. You have an order to buy docs below yesterday's after hour low. You're talking right, so right there, you're talking 46.56. So you're anticipating, well, you don't know, of course, but is that what you mean? Because that looks like that's the after hours low, 46.56 for docs. Yeah, so it depends. You have to be on, first of all, are you using our downloadable application, JC, or the web-based version? Okay. Only available if you're using the downloadable application. And also depends, if you haven't been around for a while, depends what version of Trade Ideas you're on. If you're on I would encourage you to maybe go to our homepage and download the latest version. Because if you don't have the latest version, this may not be accessible, but you can try. So here's my homepage link. And if you scroll down and then get to the scan section, here are the two races. Yeah, so you've been away for a while. Here are the two races that you see, okay? The latest version, oops. So the production version is 5.6.26 and the beta, which is, fine, 5.6.36. So now there are other versions. It depends when the last time, if you haven't updated for a while, almost guarantee this won't be working then for you. So 5.6.36 is the latest beta. 5.6.26 is the latest production. I think the beta is fine. Two of them, yeah. JA, there are two. LGF.B and LGF.A. Those are the two that have shown up in the 10-day daily breakout. They really haven't moved. Boy, look at AI, guys. Wow. Notice, I don't think there was any AI press release this morning for any company that claiming to be, hey, we're using AI now too. I couldn't see one. There might have been one, but look at AI now, just way off these highs of 30, 31. Because we have to now wait for the next big thing. So XPON, wow, XPON's been on a bit of a roller coaster here. XPON, when I was last looking at it, it was moving down, but now is popping up. Had some news after hours. Company announced it has been selected by Cube Series as the exclusive supplier of lithium ion, etc. batteries. Okay, so that was the news after hours. Big pop after hours. Market, here's the pre-market kind of drifting down, down, down. Market open. Actually, I think no, it wouldn't have been negative, but now look at this. XPON on the move. Why is Tesla tanking? I don't know if it's anything specific other than the fact that the market's weaker. I don't know if it's tanking for any specific reason. Yeah, I don't know if that's the reason. Some guy sold 52,000 shares, some congressional representative from Michigan. That can't be the reason. There's an old proverb. PRVB guys on the way up. Wow, this is interesting. Maybe look at the daily chart, 1048. My issue with it would be how easy is it going to be, or is it going to be to take out $10? That pretty psychological number to get through. Yeah, this may not be over, but it looks like it's got pretty good support around 10. So, excuse me, it doesn't have, it's 50 cents. I'd be shocked if it took out 10 today. Really? Oprah and Lizzie? Okay. Take a look at Lizzie, Lizi. Yeah. So I think that as they say, I think that ship has sailed, guys, as far as companies putting out any sort of a press release saying that we're doing something with AI. Yeah, here we go. Exactly. Yeah, so the company's working on an AI powered online chatbot demo, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, guys, yeah, pop up in the pre-market and then reality sets in. Oh, it's possible. Anything is possible, Vesa. It's just that it's dropped about 33%, highs of just a few days ago. So I mean, I mean, oops, not a, wrong one, AI. Yeah, so 4 days ago, I mean, this was up at $31. So you're at $21 now. So there's a 33% haircut right there. Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. It could pop up. I mean, there is the low right here, 21.12, maybe 20, maybe 21 holds it, maybe. Hills, guys, Hills sneaking up on us, some of us anyway. How well can it hold 250? Well, the longer this holds 250, I'm talking about the Hills. Yeah, this is, I mean, there's the high of the day right there is at 265, and looking left on the weekly chart, the high is at 278. So can it take that out? I mean, that's the big thing. Can it take that out, that 278? If there is a tell trader, I don't have a ready-made scan like that. So, but as you know, we have other traders. So what I would do is just go to support. I mean, there might be a way. Off the top of my head, I don't know. One of the other traders who with different looks at the market, takes on the market. If you go to support at trade-ideas.com and pose that question and see what might come up. Okay. And did you check the Market Explorer? I mean, Michael may have something like that. And if it's in here, not sure where it would be. Candlestick pattern. But that's what I would do. I would just send something off. You'd probably have to request it. The version, because I don't know. Yeah, you might have to request it. But when you say doesn't open up the multiple charts and windows I have in two screens, I mean, it should. I mean, it's not, this version is, were you around when docking was invented? Like how far back do you go? Oh my gosh, that is so old. 4.2.23. Welcome, Art. Um, I mean, I don't understand. I've got multiple I have three monitors. I never have an issue. Never have an issue. When you say doesn't open up the multiple charts and windows, when you say that, what do you mean by that exactly? When you say doesn't open it up. If you save your layout right now, if you save your layout exactly as it is on your multiple monitors, and then if you upgrade, everything should pop up on your multiple monitors exactly the way you have it now. Yeah, Oscar's on the move here. Oscar, Oscar, Oscar. Oh man, old. If you go to my homepage, JC. Go to my homepage, click on the link. Okay, and scroll up where you see download. Okay, you'll be right. You'll be probably brought right here. When you click on download, and this is what you have your choice. I mean, I have no problem with the beta. Here's the 5.6.36. What did you say you were on? 4.2. Wow, that's so old. Okay. For instance, I think there are, other things that have changed. We start our data now at 4 in the morning Eastern time. We go from 4 to 8. But you need a later version so it'll show up on the charts. And your version of 4.2, I can't even remember what that was like. Hims, guys. This was it earnings play yesterday? No, not an earnings play yesterday. Had an interesting day. Popped up to right to the high of today, and then it traded off right back down to 9. Keep an eye on this AYX. It looks like it's trying to give it up. This is it's sort of, it's outside the price range I normally trade, but with the market being what it is, kind of, well, actually, so we've had a pop in the Dow, so a little bit divergence right now. Divergence meaning we've got the Nas is down a little, the Dow is up a little, so a little bit of divergence between the so-called growth stocks, the Nas stocks, and the, just give me a moment here, and the SPY is just basically flat. So growth versus value. Yeah, so this market is lifting here, guys. Yeah, definitely lifting here. Boy, Oscar is just, I mentioned this one just probably back here around 440. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 525. And that actually showed up on the 10-day daily breakout at 486. So I would say that bounce plays right now, I'm just looking at some of Zach's, yeah, so lift is at the VWAP. You're right. 1073 is the VWAP. So it's right at the VWAP. So could it lift from there? All right, let's see if lift can lift. Get close to 11. Anyway, looks like there's a lot of resistance. If you look at the pre-market chart, a lot of resistance right around 1114 or so. And it's still trying to hold on to the VWAP. 1073 is the VWAP. It's at 1075 right now. Pretty tough to take a bounce on this though because of all those downgrades. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just looking at some scans on my other monitor, see if there's anything interesting. Haven't seen Carvana show up anywhere yet for me, so let's take a look at Carvana, CVNA. Yeah, as you said, red to green. So it was in the red here, and now we're green, up 9 cents. Okay, this could be an interesting one. RGTI, the high yesterday was 156, and then it sold all the way back down to 105 or so. That's where it closed. Trying to have a little bit of a lift today. Probably a low float. Actually, it's not a low float, 76 million in the float. So certainly not a low float. And look at the VWAP, 113. It's right at the VWAP. Was the high today was 123. Good volume, 5.3 times normal. So JC, are you cursing me right now? Okay, I just read your I just read your voila. Okay, everything works good. I just read it now. Okay, let's take a look at some of these racers. LAXT, so had that big pop 3 days ago, up to 273. Big drop down to under $1 yesterday. Now trying to crawl back a little bit. Low float probably, yeah, 7.4 million in the float. Ah, man, I wish this weren't so close to that whole number of 10. PRVB, because it has a little bit of room. It's at 10 right now. The next highs are around 1050 for PRVB. Yeah, CBNA, so gave up 12, so it's gone actually back down to being red. All right, guys. Well, things have slowed down quite a bit. I'm not getting any new alerts coming in. How's that Oscar doing? Probably underneath 5 again. Yeah. So not tremendous follow through. I mean, had a great run from 4 to 5. Now, can it hold a couple of things? Certainly the 200-day, there it is, 456. Can it hold the VWAP and maybe bounce off the VWAP? 477 is the VWAP for Oscar, OSCR. All-time low for VWE. VWE all-time low. You know, it's been sneaky good. Excuse me, sneaky good. Oh, okay, not really. The LGF dot B, that showed it my 10-day daily breakout, but it was at 929. The price, it's only 934 now. MGA guys, Magna, big auto parts company in Canada. MGA is earnings play. Probably got some pretty decent support, looks like around 55. So it's not that far away. It is through the 200-day moving average. That's significant. But looks to me like there's pretty decent support right around 55. So I just don't know how much further this can go down. And if it gets close, maybe it bounces. Memers beware, guys. Look at AMC now. For all the nonsense, got all the way up to 733 not that long ago, back under 5 again. 488 is the next low looking left, looks like it. There's your big support area down here at 385. Take a look at GME, underneath 20, I'm sure. Yeah, underneath 20. Oh, but our bankrupt stock, Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah, I mean, just nonsense, guys. Okay, guys, XPON on the move. This has got some room. XPON's got some room, guys. Why? Look left, $4. Sell, sell, sell. Okay, quick trade for me. Very quick. I was waiting on a 3 break. I'm going to see if you got to be nimble. I mean, really, I don't trust any of these things that have any continuous movement up. These little ones right here. But if it takes out, I have a little bit left. If it takes out that 327, I mean, it's all about looking left for me. And you can see there was the break at 305. Okay, and what did it get? Got up to 330. I didn't get quite all of that, but And Xpon, of course, has won some races here. I'm going to go over the races in a little bit. What are we now? 10:31. Okay, so right now what I want to do is just go over my homepage, all the information you can find on it. What's happening here? KN. How much room does it have looking left? This just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Well, on the weekly chart, so on the daily, there's a little 1563, but after that, way down here at 1450. So there is some room for KN on the way down. Hmm. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see, not this. You'll see this. Okay, so we do have a promo on right now. V-Day 25, Valentine's Day, V-Day 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade ideas. You click on Get Trade Ideas. 4 plans, we have an annual monthly premium standard. So the annual premium is 2,000 less the 25%. The annual standard is 1,000 less the 25%. The big difference is the AI. Let's see what the AI has done. It's trying to short this lift. Here are the 4 alerts for the AI today. My recommendation is you use AI like a watch list. That's all it is. Don't try to auto trade it. Use it like a watch list. You get an alert. It may not, at the time of the alert. That's all I do. I look at the time of the alert and I check to see what the chart looks like. If I don't like it, I don't take it. But it could set up later on. Now look at Kin now, guys. KN. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. In fact, that's my recommendation. If you don't know this program, do not take out an annual subscription right off the bat. You can always try us out on a monthly basis. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less than 25% for the first month only. But here's the good news. If you do, like, you try us out, and if less than a month, in less than 30 days, you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking an annual, we will honor that 25%. So you can try us out at the 25% discount in the first month. Now, you don't have to ever take out an annual. If you want to be month to month, that's fine. Just know that this is what you'll pay going forward after that first month. A discount of 25% is only good for the first month. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Get Started. 10 short videos, starts off with a download and install, first startup and login, etc. Mandatory you do that. If you are brand new to trading, this is a great course, free course, put on by somebody at Trade Ideas, Michael Noss. And so if you're brand new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this Trading 101. Okay. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free of course. The trade of the week, it is free. You can get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Look at KN. This may not listen to me. That 1580 was nothing. All the education is right here. So here is our user guide. It's a great user guide. If you click on the user guide, there's that getting started again. So if you're new, you should at least know what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window, and what stock racing is all about. Obviously, a lot more information in the guide. Probably the next step would be showing you how to put price alerts on the charts, things like that. But at least know what an alert window is, a top list window is, and about stock racing. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. And so before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Andy for an hour. There's the free trading room. More educational videos about trade ideas. And last, my scans. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. These are two top lists that I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that you see. I'll go over the races in a bit. You've heard me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down. Here they are right there. But I do have some other scans that I am sharing. Here's a momentum scan. So if you decide you want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage. Click on my, save it, click on my homepage link, use that code. And this is a free room. The room will get credit and I will get some credit too. The other reason to save my link is that you can take a look at my scans anytime and that big education section anytime. So Shady, do you have a custom formula in there in what you're giving her, Patel Trader? Because I'm sure you're aware that if you have a custom formula in there, that it won't copy. But thank you for doing that. All right, Carvana back over 12, guys. Carvana, CVNA back over 12. So it's gone again, red to green again. MICT, M-I-C-T. So what sort of room does it have? Not a lot, in my opinion. Yeah, not a lot. All I do is look left, look left, look left. If I don't see a lot of room, then I don't take the trade. All right, XPON, maybe it is not over quite yet. I don't have that much left, but I still have enough that if it gets up to this, challenges this at all, this $3, $4 level. 350 might be the stumbling block. The 50 cents for me, stocks under $5 can kind of stall a stock, just psychological. I haven't looked at this one for a while. Look at rum. Something's happening here. Now, is this because of this? Trump aims for YouTube return. So maybe not going to be as much in this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's the reason. Boy, KN. I did not take it. I did not take this, but now, what was I worried about? I was worried about, the alert was at 1580. No, okay, it was the 1560 right here. If it takes out that 1560, I mean, the next low is 1472. Oof. No, that's just from Interactive Brokers, JC. It's nothing to do with trade ideas. That's what I typically use for my news. I like our news is good if you want to go back in time a bit, but as far as something that's happening right now necessarily, not necessarily will it be that good? Oh yeah, I would use it. Just just go to File, New Window, File, New Window. What I do is, and then scroll down to where you see News, and you get a little pop up, and then Newswire, and then another pop up, and then company specific news is what I pick. It's very good. I mean, for included service, I think it's really good. Okay, I'm all out of the XPON now, guys. It's too whippy for me now. Might look at it again if it gets over 350, but I just would not hang around too long on these low floaters right now. Well, first I look at the daily D888. First I look at the daily. If I can't see anything on the daily, then I look at the weekly. Haven't really had to look at the monthly too often because usually I will see something on the weekly. But I guess if I didn't see anything in the weekly, then I'll look at the monthly. But the first step is looking at the daily for me. So I mean, with the XPON, it was pretty easy to see, right there. You could just you saw right there. There's the next high, right on the daily. Had I not seen this, if I looked left and everything was under the current price, and then I start looking at the weekly. And typically, I don't have to go to a monthly. But if I look at a weekly chart and like I don't see all this when I look left, I don't see anything above the current price, then I'd have to go to a monthly chart. But I typically don't have to do that. I mean, I could always expand the weekly chart a little bit, if I didn't want to go to the monthly, but Lyft is getting weaker again, guys. Lyft is getting weaker. That's why I didn't think, I mean, it was a nice bounce from Zach's initial scan of 1045, no question. But with all those downgrades, Now, Hills may not be over. When I say that, I remember the HPCO yesterday. If you remember that, let's take a look at HPCO yesterday. I'm not saying Hills is going to do the same, but let's back out this. What time was that? See, I mean, this was at 1:30. I mean, HPCO had the huge run at the beginning, the big drop. And then it went from 349 to 459, but it didn't happen till late. You look at all the volume that came in. This move here was at 130. So that's why I'm saying, you know, these trades may not, or these ideas may not be over, and just a matter of sticking a price alert. And again, I'm not saying Hills is going to do the same thing, but you know, same kind of structure, low float. So for instance, you put an alert up here at 270. Later on, you never know, especially if some volume comes in. You can see all the volume right there. That's the opening 15-minute candle, and then the volume is just tailed off. Okay, so that KN, what did it get down to? Got down to 1555. Okay, this is shortable for me. Go2, guys. So you recall Go2, the big China education company that just had a huge run, got all the way up to 4, fell, came right back down, got above, up to 453. But now look at this through the VWAP, 301. What's the next low looking left? Is it far enough away? 276. I wish, imagine if it were down here at 230. Yeah, file, new window, then then it'll pop up. You'll get an explosive, you'll get a window that'll pop up, and then go scroll down to news. You'll get another pop up, and scroll over to that where it says news to news wire, and then eventually another pop up, and then company specific news. You just have to you know, manage the pop ups. And eventually, when you get down to news and then news wire, and then you'll get that pop up, and it'll say, "I pick company news, company specific news." All sorts of other choices, options. I've never actually tried any of the other ones. Look at Lyft, guys. This is getting interesting again, even for me. The only issue is 10 is looks like there's pretty awesome, well, pretty good support at 10 for Lyft, LYFT. All right, let's talk a little bit as the market moves down now, though. Market starting to move down, so now the Dow's gone negative. Nas never went positive. So let's talk a little bit about the races and why I think you could incorporate a race into your trading style. Wow, look at Lyft now. So these are the two races that I am sharing. Give me one moment. I have a very happy dog at my feet. I know you can't hear her anymore with my noise canceling. All right. Okay, so here are the two races that I'm sharing. Now, all races start off from a top list window. So of course you can create your own races. You just have to create a top list window, and I'll show you what this race is looking for. If I open it, if I right click on the race and I open the top list. So here's the top list window, okay? And this is what I mean. If you create your own top list window, then you right click, launch the real-time stock race, okay? That's why I'm saying, I'm sharing these two, but of course you can create your own races based on your own desired parameters. So in this particular case, is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $1 and $50. Volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, okay? If these filter requirements are met, I will see stocks that are moving, and I'll explain that. Now, before we started this whole race concept, the use of a top list window was this. You could, if you said, well, I want to see all the stocks that are up the most from yesterday. So as long as you have that as a column header, so that little C%, that is a change from the close. So I can double left click on it, and it's going to rank them. So there's XPON is up 74% from yesterday's close. It looks like it's going to go again without me this time, and so on. If I want to see the ones that are up the most from the open, their opening trade, I can do the same thing, double left click on that header. Whoops. And there's XPON again, up 33% from its opening trade. So as long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. If I want to find the ones that are up the most, or the highest in the position in the daily range, these are the ones that are up right at the top. There's rain. So rain is right at the top, basically at the high of the day. Things like that, okay? So all this is wonderful, but how do you use this to trade? Because for instance, yeah, XPON's up here, but does that mean it's going to keep moving? What about this one down here, BBAI? It's at 5.5% right now. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, it started to move, from the open? Now it's 6%, now it's 8%, now it's 10%, 12%, etc. You'd never be able to see that. And that's where the races come in. So I run, and again, this is customizable, okay? I like to run 4-minute races. And so we are almost a minute and a half into this 4-minute race. So what happens is all the stocks, of course, start off the same. So it doesn't matter that XPON is up 38% and some other stock is up only 4% from the close, from the open. If that 4% stock starts to really move, you will see it here, okay? So right now, RGTI, since the race started, is up 1.39%. Not a huge number, but that's what this is telling you. BBAI is up 1.38%. Now, in this particular race, you will see sometimes you'll see some big movers, 5, 10, 15, 20%. And you don't have to wait for a stock to reach the top here. If you start to see a stock moving, just click on it and see what's happening. Okay, so you don't have to wait for the race to be over or for it to appear right at the top. So right now, nothing terribly interesting. But of course, that can change in a heartbeat. Some stock out of nowhere, as long as it meets the filter requirements of the price range that I got and a minimum volume, etc. If a stock meets those requirements, you will see a stock that is moving. Now, the other aspect is this. It automatically creates a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list for you of stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. I start my races at 9:30, okay, when the market opens. You can start them earlier if you want, but it's completely up to you. It's all customizable. So what happens though is that here's a top 10 list and made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So there's XPON has won 4 races. Hills won 3 races. So the idea is this though. Oscar won 2 races earlier. Click on it, see what's happening. So if you look at this and go, I mean, this is now underneath the VWAP, right? But what if this was just, up here still and it was moving down to the VWAP? A lot of you like to play stocks like that, or maybe a bounce off it, or maybe a short through it, if you've got shorts available. Maybe you have a moving average, and I'm looking at a 15-minute chart here, but maybe you have a favorite moving average, the 10 SMA or the 80 EMA or whatever that average is. Okay. Yeah, and you have it on your chart. Maybe you want to, take something. So you might say to yourself, wow, I missed all this, but it could set up again later on. Maybe it sets up for a bounce. This is maybe turning into a pullback play if it bounces off some favorite average of yours, or maybe the VWAP. So that's what I'd be doing. I'd be clicking on these and saying, okay, I didn't get involved in it at the beginning, but maybe it'll set up later on. Another one that's through the VWAP. Okay. Now this race, it's similar, but the big difference is this. I added a minimum float of 50 million and a minimum market cap of 500 million. That's why I would call this large cap gainers from the open. Okay. So you're not typically going to see big percentage moves here. But if I were new to trading, I would probably look at these because they're not going to be as volatile as the ones you see here. I mean, the volatility is wonderful when you're on the right side of it, not so good when you're on the wrong side. And again, a top 10 list is created. So let's take a look at KD. Let's see if KD is doing anything. So here's KD. So you might look at this and go, wow, okay, this is holding the VWAP nicely. The next high looking left is 1667. That may not be enough room, but it depends on your trading style. When I say, and again, these areas here, I mean, it's not 100% that it will stall here, of course. But what if, for instance, like if in my case, if that next high looking left, which is yesterday's high, what if it were 17? I'd be looking at this really closely then as a potential trade. It's it's hanging over the VWAP, which was 1608. Maybe I take the trade right now. I put my stop at the VWAP, something like that. That's why we have a simulator that you can practice trading. So it's great to practice trading if you're brand new, but even if you're looking at something like this and you're an experienced trader, you might think, wow, I've never really thought about, doing something like this. Why don't I practice? Maybe practice taking a trade a little bit over the VWAP and put the stop just a little bit under. What would happen? And again, a top 10 list created automatically for you. Veza, I think you said you wanted to go short AI, but look at it now. I'm sure you switched I mean, it didn't get down to 21, but it is having a nice little resurgence for a while anyway. Oh, I forgot. I'm short VWE. Completely forgot about it. I might have to exit. I'm in at 186. That showed up. I can't maybe remember where it showed up, but it was making a new. And I think I know I mentioned it because it is an all-time low. Yeah, it's an all-time low. So I'm in at 185, so we'll see what happens here. If it gets back up to 185, of course, I'll just take it out for a flat. Well, AI is on the move here, guys. Yeah, AI is on the move. Obviously has a ton of room. 2758 is the high looking left. Oh, this has got a little bit of room, maybe. You. Where's the next low looking left? 2820. Yeah, I wish it were down here or like the 2767. This has been on a 3 day, I guess you could call it a 5 day downturn. It's not an earnings play. Yeah, so your list doesn't begin until you started, okay? I started my list at 9:30, okay? So that's why. So anybody, yeah, if you load these two races right now, you're not going to see the same thing. Your race starts when you start your race, so if you load at 11:04 Eastern time, that's when your racing will begin and you will have a different top list over the course of the day. It all depends on when you start your top list or when you start the race. I don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, I meant to duplicate the race. Yeah, I just want to show you. So here are the things. Ugh, what is going on? Give me a moment here. I think there's a little bug here. Well, I'll have to show it this way. So, these are the options that I use. Okay, the auto rerun. I think that's an obvious one. So when a race is over, you want another one to begin. You don't have to do a manual every time. This is the minutes to run. You can pick how long you want your race to run. Want it to be a 5 minute race, a 2 minute race, a 10 minute race. I picked 4 minutes months and months ago. I've just stuck with it. Race lanes 10. So, I'll have 10 symbols here. And auto started time. So that's why I put 9:30. That's when my race will automatically start at 9:30. Yeah, there's a bug here. Pepe, right? It's not allowing me. Right click, show race setup, and yeah, it's just not allowing me to go in there. because you can't change it here unless I've forgotten. But see how it's, yeah, it's not hanging on here. Anyway, I'll have to let them know. I think that's a little bug I've got going here on this development version. Always on a development version, so yeah, but there's your stop. You see what it's doing though? It's just jumping back. Usually hit stop and then I would do show race setup. So here's the race setup. And then if I click, I know I could have done it this way too. Click the stop, but you see what it's doing? It's not. Yeah, if you want the race replay, so it'll replay the race in 6.5 minutes, okay? If you want, yeah, it'll replay the race in 6.5 minutes, basically a minute per every hour the market's open. Market's open for 6.5 hours, 9:30 to 4. So it will replay the race. If you stop the race at, I don't even know when I stopped my race. I think it keeps going after hours for a bit. Well, I'm certainly not an expert in Head and Shoulders stuff. I saw the post that you put. I'll take a look at it, but I don't look at, again, I think pattern recognition is really, really hard. Okay. Yeah. I mean, off the top of my head, I don't use this, so I have no way. Maybe somebody else, if you want to take a look at this and how would you improve it? You don't have very many filters in here, but to be honest, I wouldn't even know what to add. I mean, there's your price and then stocks up 50% from the previous close. So you're looking for obviously stocks that are, well, 50, at least 50%. So there it is, 61%. But I am not an expert in something like this. I honestly would have no idea because I don't look at this pattern at all. But somebody in the room might take a look at that and say, yeah, if anybody in the room uses the Head and Shoulders. Well, I know Shady created something yesterday with the bull flag, but he said, as I think I posted, it said it gave no great results. It's very difficult, I think, pattern recognition. Very difficult. I mean, it's giving, and the other thing too is, I know here there is a hours, 3 hours. Okay, I mean, try 4, try 2, try 1. I mean, I don't know. I've never used this. Okay, so I'm out of my element right here. I know you posted something to the general email, and so did anybody answer you? I mean, Stephanie gave you a pretty good description of everything, okay? Yeah, so I think it's going to be really hard, Jeremy. I'll be honest. I mean, it's very hard to come up with something that is really good in pattern recognition. I know we have the filter there or the alert there, but my guess is that hardly anybody uses it. But I saw the answer that Stephanie gave to you, and she is pretty detailed. Nobody is going to be able to give you a better detail than that, quite honestly, at Trade Ideas. None of the other traders uses that alert, either the bull flag or the head and shoulders. Okay. Well, I thought Stephanie put it. Well, why have it? It's a good question. I mean, I wouldn't. There's probably a lot of. It's very difficult. Maybe, but there could be somebody out there, the thousands of our subscribers that have, figured out a way to use it. I don't know. I mean, when we created all the alerts, there's probably a ton of them that aren't used very much. Here are all the different alerts that we have, real-time alerts that we have. And here are all the filters that we have. And as I explained, many times, you don't have to learn them all. When I say you, I mean just talking in general, you don't have to learn them all. But we have so many because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So it's possible that somebody out there in the thousands of customers that we has found a way to use it, but we don't have access. We don't have access to everybody's scans. But you are the first person that has asked me that question in 12 years, okay, regarding Head and Shoulders and the Bull Flag alerts that we have. That's how. So yeah, I mean, there's the problem. You know what happens is we take that filter out or we take something out. All of a sudden, we get a couple of complaints and why you're doing this. This is my favorite setup. It's been working. So that's why we don't do it, just in case there are a couple of people out there. But when you say why have it if it doesn't work, it's almost like those saying, I mean, remember, these are ideas. Everything I've got is an idea. It doesn't mean every idea works. Okay. So, but I don't mind, clicking on it to see what's happening. But this is just an idea. This is not when I get an alert. So you might say, well, why would you have this? Why would you have the new high alert if it doesn't work? Well, we don't know. We have that, and I'm wondering, even in the one that you created, how many alerts do you get? I mean, because it's possible that if as long as you're not inundated with alerts all day long, it's possible that one of them, let's say you got 20 alerts during the day, and you click on them as you're getting them. It's possible that you look at it and go, wow, okay, that's what I'm looking for. Now, if you're getting 1,000 alerts, well, it's a little harder. Do I share my layout? Sort of. What I do is I have individual scans. It doesn't matter, okay? I have individual scans that I share. Sure, and I think that, yeah, you can talk about flags and head and shoulders, but to try to create a scan to get one, I think that's the issue. But I mean, I could click on an alert and I'll look at my chart and say, ah, there's a flag, okay, or a head and shoulders or something, okay. That's more to me recognizing it maybe on a chart, but getting a scan to actually. Now, I thought bull flags. I'm sure that Steve has something. Anyway, let me get back to this. It doesn't matter. So if you want my scans, you click on my homepage link, okay, and you'll be brought to this page up here. Scroll down until you see my scans. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. So here are the two races, okay. These, what you see, and here's the halts resumes as an example, okay. But I have some other scans. I don't have all these scans up and running, but I do have, here is the daily breakdowns or breakups and breakdowns, breakouts and breakdowns, right here. There is that single stock window that I have. Okay, so basically, not everybody wants everything in my entire layout. So I kind of say, okay, you can pick and choose what you want. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. You don't see it now because, well, we're not in the pre-market anymore. Excuse me. Okay. Now I know Michael's got something here. Market Explorer, pattern recognition, bear flag, bull flag. That's what he's got so far. But it's not customizable. So I mean, if you're looking for something, if whatever, if you click on this and you say, well, wait a minute, I don't like that volume or I don't like that price range, or right now these are not customizable. Did that open? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's MLYS. So it did open, and thank you, Casa. And 16. Well, okay. Well, it's above that, above the IPO price. And this is one of the quirks of our halts resumes. I would say at least 90% of the time, an IPO will show up as a resume. So you can see it launched at 11:15, so 6 minutes ago. So a reasonably successful IPO so far. 16 was the IPO price, so it's above 16. Well, look at this one, guys. This is an all-time low for Azul. This is a Brazilian airline, and it's just getting hammered here. All-time low. How do I know? Well, I look at my position in lifetime range and I see minus 0.7. So now there is the lifetime low right there at 497. Wow, I mentioned this one a little earlier, the MAGA, not MAGA, MGA, Magna International Auto Parts out of Canada. Now it's underneath the VWAP. Well, this one took out 10. Remember, we were talking about this PRVB earlier and wondering if it would take out 10. It has taken out 10. The next high looking left is 1049. I'm still thinking that XPON maybe later on, as long as it keeps holding kind of near the highs, but you don't want to see, go right back down to 260 or something. But, this could get going later on in the afternoon. Well, what a nice recovery for this EOLS. It's almost gone positive, guys. I mean, this was way down here, 665. So finally, I see some news on this one. Did not see any of this in the pre-market. But now I'm seeing the news, something about not affected by the recent Korean court ruling. So that's why it has bounced right back up. So I guess there might have been some idea that it was, but I didn't see this. I did not see this in the pre-market in the any news at all about this one. But obviously, there were a rumor that it was going to be affected by this Korean court ruling, and that's been squashed. So this could go right back. This could turn, red to green. Yeah, this is not. This is a SPAC though. Okay, BLACU is a SPAC. So I sort of disregard them. This is, this should hang around $10 for a long time. Oh, okay, Iris. Okay, so Iris, first of all, can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do? Okay, good. So the question is, and this could, other people might have the same type of question. So the question was trying to use the anchored VWAP on the chart. Okay, just give me one moment. Okay, so first step, and I'm no expert, but here's the first step. So you were right about the pencil. Okay, so you click on the pencil, and then you get the little anchor. Okay, the little anchor. You know what? I better get a better chart because I don't have very much data here. So, okay. So now I'm going to click on the pencil again, and then the little icon, the little anchor. Okay, now wherever, see the little pointer, wherever I put the pointer, and now if I left click, it drew the line. So it's wherever you put the pointer, and that's where it'll start from. So I put the pointer down here, and the anchored VWAP is this purple line. I guess the VWAP is the I think it's called the violet line. Okay. So I can do it on another chart. I think you're probably not releasing it then or something. Let's take a look at XPON. Okay. So again, you're getting the anchor though, right? You can see how to get the anchor. I'm gonna have to wait for you to say yes before I keep going. I know YouTube is a slight delay. Okay. So when you click on the anchor, now you get an up arrow. Do you get that big up arrow? You get that big up arrow? Okay. Well, basically then you just position it anywhere you want, wherever you want that anchored VWAP to start. So I'm going to start it right here at the top of that candle. I place it right there. Now I left click. Maybe that's what you're not doing. Left click, and then the chart will sort of disappear for a second, and then the line gets drawn. Now it's hard to see it here. So are you getting the up arrow? Are you getting that big up arrow? We'll do another one. Let's do it on a daily chart, okay? Because you'll probably see it a lot better. Let's do it on a daily chart. So again, pencil, anchored VWAP symbol. Here's my up arrow. I'll put it right at the top here. And then I left click. The chart will disappear for a second. And then the line gets drawn. There's a line right there. You got it? Okay, great, great. Now, the big problem we have with the anchored VWAP is that, unfortunately, this does not remain. So if I go to another symbol and I come back to rain, that anchored VWAP is not saved, which is a bit of a pain. Now, the workaround is, if, for instance, if you looked at all these stocks, some of these stocks here, and you might look and say, wow, I wouldn't mind creating an anchored VWAP on PR2, on this PR. So what you can do is to create, depending on your, if you have our premium service or our standard service. With our standard service, you have access to 10 charts you can create. With our premium service, you can have 20 charts. So you could create some thumbnail charts. Of course, they're not going to change. Make sure you have the symbol linking off. So here are some thumbnail charts that I have. Okay, so if I right click in properties and make sure symbol linking is unchecked. So I could put my anchored VWAP on these charts. If I found some stock that I thought might be interesting, I could put the anchored VWAP here, and then I can just monitor it. The problem is though that it'd be great, and it should be doable. It's just not doable yet. Doable meaning that I should be able to save the anchored VWAP. If I leave this chart, I put the anchored VWAP on, and I leave it, and I come back, it's not there anymore. Changing the color of the line. Okay, Peter, let's see. Oh, here's the anchored VWAP. It's interesting. It actually remains up here. So I think, yeah, This was not intuitive because I had the same sort of issue. Let me just get rid of this. Okay. So I think you've got to go to right click. Oh no. Oh, okay. I had a pop up on my other monitor. I didn't see it. So if you right click and then go to modify indicator parameters, there's the VWAP here. Okay, Peter, you have to do that. That's where you can modify the colors. So you right click, assuming you've got the VWAP. I mean, I'm noticing even though well, there is the VWAP right there. No, that's the, yeah, that is the VWAP right here, I guess. Ah, that's the VWAP. I'm sorry, I know I'm talking to myself, but let me do an accurate VWAP. Okay, now right click, modify indicator parameters. Yeah, so that's how you do it. Okay, so you have to have, so once you create the VWAP, then you can modify the colors here. So right click, modify indicators, right click, modify the colors. Now you can set your color. Okay, here's the palette. So again, if you set your VWAP and then you have to, then in order to change that color, right click, modify indicator parameters, and then you'll see here are the I've got volume of VWAP, and here's the AV anchored VWAP right there. Modify the colors, click on the color or set the color, and the palette will show up. Okay, and then don't forget to say OK and apply it. How do you get just right click, JC? Just right. I gotta get rid of this. Okay. Just right click and modify indicator parameters. So right click on the chart and modify. You're going to go down a bit, modify indicator parameters, and then the box will pop up. Oh, okay. So for you guys, it's indicators. Okay, I'm sorry. So for you guys, it's indicators. Same, I guess, and then I guess you have to click on the indicator and then modify the colors. The benefit of docking the charts, it's just a cleaner look. That's all. Okay. I mean, there's no advantage in terms of using the software. Okay, but it's just a cleaner look having all the, if I've got these thumbnail charts together, instead of having them floating. That's all. It's not mandatory, but what docking did though, which you might like, is that if you click on new from our toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. Because in the version you used to have, if you went to the channel bar and you wanted to load a channel, your layout would disappear. Okay, couldn't have two layouts up and running at the same time. Here now you can. If I click on the momentum channel as an example, so here it is, and my layout is still here, did not disappear like it would in the past. I mean, that's been around for a long time now, but you were stuck on 4.2 point something, so things like that. So for instance, if I wanted to, I wanted to watch the major sectors all day long, There's their sector status. Okay. So here it is. So if I wanted to, and maybe shrink it down a bit and put it on another monitor so I can have this up and running all day long, if I wanted to do that. So that's probably, that was the initial reason for docking, so that people could have, different layouts running at the same time. And then there's this, the ability to just put all things together. It's just a neater look, that's all. Look at AYX, guys. Wow, I lost sight of it. AYX, I was looking at this earlier as a potential short, fading from the highs here. You too, Greenhorn. I probably missed. You're probably gone by now. One of the other rooms. EOLS, guys. What are? Shoot. Talking about this. So is it gone positive now? Basically gone positive now. So the news that I did not see that was jamming it down in the pre-market was some kind of a feeling that maybe some Korean ruling was going to affect this company in a big way. And then now it's saying it's not affected by the recent Korean court ruling. So this has now basically gone flat, straight at yesterday's close. Imagine if you were holding this one here, and then it's going down for, well, no reason really. Well, yes, a reason, maybe a rumor, and then it gets refuted, and you're right back up. Meanwhile, you panicked and you sold, or hit your stop, which that's fine. Amir, okay, this LICN, yeah, I have this thing thumbnailed. Yeah, it's getting close. This was the IPO from 4 days ago. The IPO was at $4. It got a little bit above that, and now it's trying to come back a little bit. This one was really interesting. I got a big 15-minute chart up. I thought actually a couple of days ago something was going to happen. Let's take a look at LICN and see what I'm talking about. Yeah, so this day over here on the 8th would have no, there's something, I'm looking at the wrong day. Here we go. So right here, so this is on the 7th, okay? And all of a sudden, after hours, look what happened. Got all the way up to 4. And I thought, man, maybe tomorrow, it'll hold that 4 and start to move off it. Not quite, but we're back. We're kind of back into this area again. This is a China IPO. Very few shares were issued. All right, wow, 11:42 already. So I'm going to check. I think it should be Andy today. And yes, Andy beat me to it. I didn't even have to ask him. So it's going to be Andy in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll be taking my break then. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over there, head over to YouTube and listen to Andy for an hour if you want. Oh, we used to see Marathon all the time. MRO. TSVT, terrible spread. 1176, 1202. Moving on the way down, but it's a terrible spread. Again, spread difference between the bid and the ask, 1184, 1202. That's way too much for a $12 stock. Now, if this goes down to $11, that wouldn't matter, but we don't know. Again, Interactive Brokers, guys, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah, this is an indicator that you guys don't have access to. I don't talk about it anymore because I have no idea when or if it's going to be available. So I still use it to a certain degree, but I used to talk about it quite a bit when it was first introduced. Basically, it's a comparison. It's a ratio between bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. So the theory being, if this is high, if that right there on the 15-minute chart, but as it starts decreasing, that means that the bearish candlestick patterns are on a ratio basis more than the bullish ones. That's the theory. Not available yet. No. All right, guys. Let's see what time is it now. 11:46. So getting close to my break. Now, Playboy's at an all-time low now. PLBY all-time low. Yeah, I looked at this rain earlier. I really wish this wasn't here. 1039 is the next high. It was, but to me, it's just too close for me to take the trade. If that had been the next high, 1094, I would have been definitely inclined to take this trade at $10. Yeah, this one is on the move a little bit. NGL on the move, earnings play. Boy, X-Pawn, I just, I get a gut feeling about some of these things, and it just looks like it, might have this sort of end, well, not end of day. I mean, we're only 11:49 now, but sometime in the afternoon, if it ever takes out that high and it can somehow take out this high, 386 looks like a lot of resistance. Look at that weekly chart for Xpon. This EOLS, guys, EOLS. I mean, it's right at the yesterday's close now, I think. Still, yeah, right at yesterday's close. And yesterday's high was 931, so it's pretty close to that. So probably doesn't have a lot of room to move. I think there's probably deep sighs of relief for those who may have held on, especially in the pre-market when it got down to 667, or maybe they didn't even know it. Maybe they hadn't woken up yet. They're probably pretty happy they didn't wake up early to see this. I mean, down to 669. Okay, guys, what I'll do right now, Andy is not there yet, but I'll put the YouTube link in. Oh, that's right, Shady. You talked about Genius a little while ago. GNS. So you had to go through a pullback, I guess. Now over the 200-day move, or keep saying that, the VWAP. I'm continuing to watch this AYX. AYX still hanging underneath the 66 level. Now it is an earnings play and it's still, it's still up, but I'm just looking to, especially if the market starts to drift down. And we have a halt. MUHA. MHUA was halted on the way down. And then resumed. Now, is it halted again? Doesn't look like it. Didn't see this one. Can't. Hertz, you're talking about the surfing? It's only going to go through the top three. You can't make any adjustments to that. Top three as you have them sorted. One of the reasons too is that, remember, top lists, refresh every 30 seconds. So I mean, if all of a sudden you wanted to see and you had 100 stocks on your top list, it would be almost meaningless to do it. So I think that's why they hit on just to take the top three, move on to the next one, and then come back to it. Yeah, XPON guys, XPON now, boy, picked up that high again, or a few days ago, I should say. Right here. What day was that? That was the 12th. So about a week ago, about a month ago. And oh, I'm sorry. This is 396. Okay, so about four. This is the 374. So I mean, it still has a little bit of room in order to get to that four. Meanwhile, the market is it's just gently moving down. Dow is now positive again. So we've got this little disconnect between the value and the growth stocks. Certainly, how many shorts are available at Interactive Brokers for XPON, just as an example? Yeah, so this is not available for me anyway to short. So I don't know how widespread there are shorts available for XPON. The short float, the interest is, 3.3%, not huge. You just don't know how many. So William, for instance, at E-Trade, are there XPON shorts? And I'm sure at Centerpoint and others like that, Cobra, probably there are, but none at Interactive Brokers. None at Fidelity. So consequently, you're not going to get necessarily a lot of people having to cover. Yeah, it's the same at Interactive Brokers. I mean, you'd have to call them and all that. I mean, when you have to do that, forget about it. In my opinion, anyway. Nice. AYX guys. AYX on the move down. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my announcement in. I'm anticipating Andy will be in the room any moment now in our YouTube room. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. Let's look at that news again for XPON. Andrew. Andrew.
Hey, Barry. Sorry, I had to switch over to headset. How you doing, man?
Hey, how are you today?
All right. All right. How are things? How are things today in the old trading room?
In the old active trading rooms?
Yeah.
Not bad, not
No,
bad. I mean, XPON's been the kind of the focal point right now. XPON. You probably
okay.
have seen that.
I have. I have. Although I've been
And
focusing a little bit on shorting today, but anyway.
yeah, I have no shorts for it. Are you talking about shorting XPON or just in general?
No. I actually shorted Tesla on that run up this morning, and that was
Oh yeah.
yeah, kind of faded it, just kind of like that daily pattern for a possible reversal, off that spinning top. I mean that doji from yesterday.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
right. Right. Yeah, that
but
I'm looking at that daily chart. Absolutely.
yeah,
From
yeah.
from
It
yesterday.
looked tired. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, it's only doubled in what,
exactly.
I mean, unbelievable, unbelievable.
Oh
$100
man,
stock doubling.
incredible.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, my friend, can
All
you
right. Yeah, take off, buddy.
go to
Yeah,
1
take
o'clock?
off. Hour, get you a nap and a sandwich.
Okay. Okay, Andy.
Let me. All
Talk to
right.
you
Have a
later.
good one. I'll share my screen here real quick. All right. Hopefully, we didn't lose anything. Can you guys see my screen? Hello, everybody. This is Andy, and this is the support webinar. So if you guys have any questions, okay, thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. Crazy, it's a tough market. It's tough for day trading and really swing trading and day trading. The reason I feel like it's tough for day trading is because a lot of people say, well, why is it tough for day trading? All you're doing is trading within that one time frame. But it's a lot easier when you have a trend in the market, whether it's up or down. It's just makes it easier when you have a trend. And we've had a lot of slop lately in the last week, or actually, 7 trading days. So it makes it tough because you try not to get any thoughts in your head about what's going to happen. But man, when you've had that action we've had over the last say 6 weeks, and then all of a sudden it gets real sloppy and the bull trend is kind of waffling, it does make it tough. I know. I- But let me organize my space over here on the other side because I do have a couple of positions open. Swing trade, I got out of a lot of things yesterday, and luckily I didn't wait too long because it was ugly. Don't have much at all. One thing that one thing I do have that uh, is I'm trading some Boyle down here, UNG. Not a big size, not a big size yet, but it's UNG has just been beaten up, and I know this is taboo for many traders. You don't try to pick bottoms, but I've done this well. I did it with Meta at $90. I did it with Netflix. I did it with a bunch of them, but uh, I don't teach it, but boy, I tell you, when you're right on a small size, and then you can add as it's kind of going high, moving up out of that base, yeah, you can really score some big ones. Other than that, Boyle. I got a little bit of goog left over. I was in this the other day for a pullback on this level right down here. Scalped out of some, but and I have a tiny bit left, and I'm probably going to stop if it takes out yesterday's lows. I'll stop out on my last little bit. But boy, that was ugly. And Lee, yeah, Lee, I'm not doing very well in. I've taken profits on a big portion, boy, but this last portion is hurting me, and I'll probably have to get out of that if it goes to lows today. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I I don't want to be, long this market. All right. Day trading. I also have some Boyle in my day trade, and I am short some Momo. And I'm looking at shorting this beak. If it's been up here, and then you got a failed little breakout above 50. I'm gonna watch it here, and I may have to get short this beak because China is really weak. Now I know this is a strong daily, but I'm playing off this resistance right here. When I see a little failed breakout, trying to run all the shorts, yeah, I just shorted some at 46. Yeah, market. It is bipolar, and I'll probably add if it breaks this level right here. And it's one of those ones I'll keep tight. If it goes back to highs, then it's not. Uh, it's no longer a failed little. I say breakout the intraday. Breaking out of a range intraday. So I'm hoping that is a failed one there. And Momo, I'm short from 22. Got here short earlier off this declining. But Beak is the one. Let's see. Hopefully we can see live in action here. Yeah, it is it's a tough market, and it helps, when you yeah, what is this Beak? Like I said, I'm not gonna hang out in this thing. If it's If it wants to go back through 50, I'll cut this in quick. I should probably let it clear that level, but I was kind of anticipating. Yeah, when you short these, that's a strong looking chart. This is one that I'll be probably marking up if it holds up like this for Monday for a possible swing. So it'll be a nice little breakout above that, 20 level. So it's not one, I would typically recommending shorting a daily chart like that, but I'm looking at KWeb, down 4% today. Okay, he's had a pretty big drop off. I know this beak, if it can get going, can get really ugly fast. And so just a little contrarian play. And it looks like we're trying to knock on this door down here at 40. Yeah, that's real discouraging if you're long this thing, you're playing that pattern, you're like, oh, it's gonna break out, get smacked. And that low is right at around here is 38. So we're through it now. I hate only thing I don't like doing is shorting more than you then you ruin your average price. So I'm gonna give it a little time. Help me understand why Oscar's struggling so much with the $5 level. Yes, well, let me first of all, good question. And I'll tell you why. First of all, the $5 is probably the most psychological level there is, okay? Because uh, $5 is kind of the level where it has to be above for like mutual funds, and a lot of your big funds can invest in it. They're not allowed to invest in a bunch of penny stocks and things like that. So uh, $5 is like I said, it's probably the most psychological level. So, and what happened is you ran, and now keep in mind what you're up, 21%. So when it was at $5, what was it up like 30% on the day? That's a big move. Okay. So, and what happens is you run into that very important psychological level. And if you go to $5 here and look back over here, you're going to see a lot of congestion. Okay. That's when it was trying to break down. Okay. It was bouncing off the $5 level. And finally it broke down. So now this is what we call, uh, and you can see this is usually $5 levels are big pivot lines because that's where funds and individuals too will come in and defend stock or sell stock, and that's what happened today. Think about all these people that bought around $2, $3, $4, and they're saying, "Whoa, I'm going to take profits at 5," so they're up here selling. Now, it doesn't mean it can't go through. You got some nice uh, you got some nice volume today. Its relative volume is almost 14. So, and it's trying to, break out. So maybe it can give another shot there. But it's just one of those kind of things where where would you like to buy this is right here. You'd like to buy this around 419 when it broke through this 2-day high. That's where I would like to catch it, not chasing it way up here. Had a huge run by the time it got there. Okay, let me geez, may have to cover some of this beat now. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you out there right just a minute. Things to do in a way. Let me just take a little bit off on this Momo too. It's getting down to that $10 level. It's a psychological level. Create a high of day scan. That's really easy. I mean, you just come in here and you. I don't know if you're looking for like a breakout or typically a high of day. Well, let's just look at this one right here. This extreme volume high low pro. It's pretty. It's pretty straightforward. We'll take the long strategy out of this one and pop it out. It's one thing when you're in a multi strategy window, you can pop out the box into an individual A window, and we'll go in here and we will make these text headers. I don't like all that stuff up there. And this is basically just a new high. This is one of my favorite scans. Now I do have some filters in here that you don't have to have in there, but I would recommend definitely using some volume filters. Otherwise, you're going to just see every little stock that's hitting a new high, even though it may not be doing any volume. It's in the middle of a sloppy range. Um, and that's a key for me. Okay, a lot of people will have new high alerts, and they're not using any position and range filters. And I think that's very important because I promise you, if you eliminate all those stocks that are right in the middle of their 5-day range or 10-day range, in other words, they're not going anywhere, and then all of a sudden they get this blip of volume, and you get excited seeing the one green bar on a 5-minute chart, and you're just like buying, and you look over there on the daily chart, and it's like, oh my gosh, this thing is right in the middle, hitting moving averages, right in the middle of a 5-day range. You need to avoid things like that. You need to find things that are breaking out. Yes, I will share this configuration. So what I do is I use position and range. Okay. So you can see a position and range, I have a minimum of 95. That tells me it's about to take out a 10-day high or it's already through that 10-day high. I don't want to see things that are right in the middle, you know, of a 10-day range because it's not going anywhere. And now it may, but I would rather find things that are in clear air, breaking out of that 10-day range. And also on this one, I want position in 20-day range to be kind of close to its 20-day high as well. So when you run things like this, you're going to get, let's just see what came through today. Now, let's face it, the market is kind of ugly right now, but there you go, Bohr. Now you can see this. It has clean air. You saw this morning once it took out this high, and it has clean air, and you had a nice little run there from 620. It's not much, but 25 cents for a $6 stock's not bad. But once again, consider the market. uh, BKI, nice, look at that. Okay, once it took out this range right here, this yesterday's high, boom, it had a little bit of clear air all the way to here. Now it's running into resistance, uh going back over here. Yeah, if I was in this, I'd probably be at least selling some, that's for sure. It's kind of a pivot level right there. There's your Oscar. Now you would have gotten this right when it broke through. See, who was it? Peter. Okay, if you're using a scan like this, you're going to catch this early. Okay, and not be. I'm not. I'm not. I have no idea where you got the stock, but if I got it right here at 418, 419, I'm not going to be too concerned about it because first of all, I've already sold probably 75% of my position, and I'm just waiting to see maybe if that last quarter can get through. But yeah, let me share this with you. Let me take out the description. I don't know why I have a description in here. It's not on my other one. It's weird. Oh, probably because since I'm popping it out, it's letting me know what strategy it is. So let me take out the description out of the column. That's too wordy. It takes up too much. Now let's see what it looks like. That's much cleaner. All right. Yeah, this is my favorite new high scanner because I know the stocks coming through here is like this. If I went, well, I'm not sure if it was doing the volume back here, but you would have got alerted at this at 961. That's where I want to see it. If I see it, if I see it screaming, through a scanner down here and it's right in the middle of this range, I don't want to have anything to do with it. I want it to clear those levels. All right. We'll call this, let me rename it. I'm going to call it summary extreme volume 10-day high. Now keep in mind, it only has to be near that. And I like to catch them early sometimes. All right. And I will share this with you. And you can change it up to your liking, maybe. Uh, let's see what else is coming through here. Make sure it's working correctly. I'm always weary about those first ones in the morning, guys. Always be careful about the first ones at 8:30 because you do get a lot of like that right there. All right, let me put this back on real time and I will share it. Okay, extreme vol 10-day high. And there you go, giving you something to do in a way over the weekend. Study that. And now the key, it's very hard to know which, when it comes to momentum. And you hear this from Barry all the time. When it comes to momentum, uh, you want to find things that are breaking out, and look into your left. But it is hard to trade, when it comes to momentum. All right, let me see. Did cover a little bit more of that Momo and a little bit more of Beak at 30. Just got hit. Got about 1/3 of my position left on both of those trades. And I'll probably just scalp it because I really think this is going to be a doji day. This is something to keep in your mind. Typically, a lot of times after a big day, uh, Steve can tell you this as well. We used to see it all the time at Today Trader. You have what's called a narrow range day, a doji day, uh, where you don't get any direction. That doesn't mean you can't. It's Friday. People, getting scared about the current action. We could see some more selling, but most of the time, you get these little, and trading can be very difficult. So I tend to scalp more on the days after a big move if I'm going to be day trading. Check in on my boil. Nice. So although I'm shorting some China stocks, which yesterday wasn't really a big sell-off day for them. So this is kind of these KWeb are kind of just now breaking down below their 50-period moving average. Oh, my UNG taking the top. Here's things I look for when I'm doing my uh, bottom fishing. First of all, I always love when it's been an extreme. I call this a stretched rubber band. It's my rubber band theory. Uh, this is so oversold, and but look what's happening here as it's kind of basing. Okay, look at the volume that's coming in. Okay, that doesn't mean it's going to turn around, but it's more likely, to be putting in a bottoming pattern when you see this increasing volume as it flattens out. Okay, so uh, natural gas, could be getting tired of going down, and now you have, uh, probably an inflection point where a lot of volume is coming in and possible reversal. Yeah, this market's not going to go anywhere. Just go ahead and take my profits in these things. I'm just scalping. Yeah, inside chop, JP. That's what we have. Now, where might this UNG go? Let's see. Let's do this one, and then you got a 2-day high right here. I'd be real surprised to see it make a very big move on a Friday, but hopefully we'll at least test that 2-day high. And seeing UNG coming through the all relative strength races. Not very much volume though. I mean, not like explosive volume. You a lot. I tell you what, a lot of stocks that gap up, boy, they sell into it. All you gotta do look at Yelp today, Disney yesterday on that big gap up, sold off all day. PayPal, not a good sign for the bulls when this is kind of, it did try to run up and sell off. When you're trying to move up, and get out of this downtrend, when you see a lot of selling. All right, let's take a look at the spies on the longer term trend. We're right in between, very similar to what we saw over here, guys. Look at back over here. You had a nice little pop up out of this market. I mean, out of this kind of range above its three moving averages there, had about 3 or 4 days of push. Then we had a big sell off day. Then we had a spinning top. And look what happened afterwards. Very, very similar. Look what's happening here. We had a big sell off day, and now we're kind of putting in the spinning top doji. Man, that's almost just identical. So keep an eye on that. Maybe we'll see. So what I'd like to do if is just come in here and put an alert on those spies right about there. So if we do get a nice little reversal on Monday, I would like to have some, potential longs prepared since it's like I said, very, very similar to this pattern right here. Let me get out my Epic pen just in case you guys can't see what I'm talking about, because it's always good to notice like patterns. Just don't want you to miss this. Okay, so we got right there. Now look at what we had developing right here. Same situation too, right between its 10 period moving average and its 20 period moving average. And what do we have here? You have it right between the 10 and the 20. Man, it's pretty crazy. Get my China watcher and see if I can see some. These thin stocks. Oh, JoJo's having a nice day. Yeah, these needs to find some levels. And Spy's getting a nice lift there. Yes, Iris. And today, see, I did not have a good day yesterday day trading because those big gap ups, and you're thinking, we're kind of in a bull. At least the last 6 weeks been kind of in a nice little trend, and you got that gap up, and you start trying to buy pullbacks, and next thing you know, you get run over. So that's the key you have to learn. Now today I learned from that, and what I did, I was fading those moves. It's like, a great example yesterday would have been, what was that stock? When you see your alerts go off, you almost got to think a contrarian and just do the opposite in this kind of market. Flex. Yesterday, I had alert go off right there, and breakouts just do not work in this kind of environment. And when you see that, keep an eye on it, because they can be, especially in a down tape like we had yesterday. This gapped up, had a nice move, alert went off. Trust me, a lot of people were buying, oh, breakout, breakout, chasing it, and it's not the environment to do that in. It hasn't been for over a year. So a lot of times you can watch it develop and put in a little flag, okay, little flag pattern right there, and this is where you can play the contrarian. And when it breaks down out of that flag, just get to shorten, because it failed. That would have been a failed breakout, and then coming back through. Uh, Trapped a lot of bulls, and that's why you had just such a nice move to the downside on that stock all day yesterday. it's a different game, but I'm telling you, my career as a trader, okay, I've seen more traders. I mean, almost all of them that failed are the ones that don't adapt to the current environment. And you have to, yeah, you're going to have your bad days because you're going to be doing the same things that you may have done, 2 years ago or even a year and a half ago. Then all of a sudden that's not working, and that's where you have to adapt. And I don't like to chase when the market's like this. I prefer to look for fades or look for pullbacks. Set alerts, plug. I had alert go off. I was busy at the time, and I could not do anything with it. I was helping somebody in chat, I believe. But look at this plug. I had alert go off down here right at the 50, and it hit it. Boom, and it had a nice little bounce. Now I stuck another one back in there just in case it came down later. But uh, set alerts at key pivot levels and moving averages and things like that. I made a video this morning for our social media manager that things I'm looking at. This Meta is about to trigger. It's right at 10-period moving average after a nice gap up after earnings, and this is what I want to watch. Now it's late in the day. I probably won't buy it today, but I will be definitely eyeballing this on Monday if it comes and holds this 10-period moving average and then does a nice little reversal. So I will mark that up and be looking for opportunity. Uh, and same thing what happened in Goog the other day. Of course, now I'm underwater in it on my second half, but came down here, touched this, bought it right at that 10-period moving average, had a nice little move after that. Play contrarian. Look for and one of the ways that will help you do that, okay, is if you tell yourself, put price alerts, even if you're day trading. Tell yourself, I'm not going to just, you know, take a position on a whim. In other words, if I see something, I'm not just going to hit a buy button. Okay. I'm going to set a price alert on everything that I trade. The alert has to go off. So maybe if you miss the initial move, I mean, it's a dangerous market to chase, even momentum. Just tell yourself, I'm going to put a price alert, 20 cents lower. If it hits, maybe I'll enter. Sometimes I just put a bid, if I really have a lot of conviction in it. But it's amazing. It's amazing. Some of my best trades is just when I stick bids in. Take that plug, for example. Sometimes I will just say, well, if this comes down, if I'm seeing something and I said, well, it happened in Goog yesterday. Google was selling off, selling off, selling off. So what I did is I went back here and I found gap, this gap fill, and I looked at the closing price uh, of this, and it was 93.91. So I put a bid in at 93.95 just to make sure I got it. And look what happened. This thing came down. The low of that bar was 93.86. So a lot of times my best trades are ones where I just put a buy price, but a buy price in there at a key level, and I forget about it. Next thing you know, it's going off. It's coming on my blotter, and I got a position. We call we call it an oh shit trade because you always, when it triggers, you're always going, oh shit. It's like you forget about it, and then, but I swear some of those are my best trades because you're, putting an unemotional price level in where you would like to be, pick up the stock, and next thing you know, wow, you're getting it, and it ends up being a great trade.
Clean that mouth out clean that mouth out
Yeah.
with soap. My gosh, I can't even say it. I'm so perplexed.
I'm sorry to come in your room and curse.
I am, of course, just kidding. I'll mute myself again.
All right. And and
However, I am in a delicious AYX short. I was going to mention this to you just as I was, I was talking about this as
Oh, nice. There
yeah,
you
no
go.
kidding. No kidding. This
I
is just, I
mean,
mean, it's giving me way more than I thought it
oh,
would.
I tell you what, if you have been shorting those big gap ups the last year, you did very, very well. I mean, uh,
I typically don't, Andy,
I don't either. I don't
especially,
either. Yep.
yeah, especially this one because it's out of the price range I like.
Yeah.
But I just kept looking at it falling and falling a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
Market is not going to help it. It's an earnings play, so in theory, it could have been trading kind of on its own, but it just didn't look good anymore. When it couldn't get above that VWAP, which
Hmm.
was 67.41. Well, it was yeah 67.65 earlier, and I kept looking at that VWAP and not being able to take it out. So I said, just do it. Anyway, I'm
Yep.
sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
Sorry to
no
interrupt.
problem, man. No, I like to hear things like that. Uh, Disney
Yeah,
was
well, it's great when it works.
Disney was one yesterday. I mean, the thing opened up and just all day long, man. Just
Hmm. How about now? This was already down, but did you catch that IFF yesterday? IFF, I Frank.
uh-uh. Let's see.
Take a look at that one.
Oh, wow.
And again,
Yeah,
outside the range I like to trade, but boy, when it broke 100, this was
man.
an earnings play yesterday, and when it broke 100, I mean, it just kept. It was
Oh,
$10
man.
move.
Yeah, I see. Crazy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah,
So I
I
heard
tell
you
you.
talking
Go
about
ahead.
using something that doesn't work. Well, that was working, I don't know, a year ago or a month ago, may not be
Yeah,
working today. How about something that was working a day ago? That may not be
that
working
too.
today. There's
Yes,
that too,
yes.
seriously.
Yes, there's been a lot of good runs, even over the last 6 weeks, but man, take a look. I noticed I do a little day trading too, but boy, it, this this action it makes it tough. I mean, I was telling them, I don't know, you probably took off, but it's a lot easier when you have a trend on the daily market, the daily.
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
versus because I know you come in as a day trader, every day is kind of focused on that one day, but man, it's if you don't have a trend, it can just slop around and go all over the place.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm. But you said it right. You've got to adapt to the market conditions. And
You do.
if you're just sort of bent on going long, no matter what, um, I mean, I'm not saying it won't work, but man, oh man, you're limiting your possibilities because they're.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people. I don't know if you talk about. I haven't talked about that that much in the rooms, but I don't know if you talk about going short at all. And the reason and people not liking to go short. I mean, I know you short, but there's this almost this mental block for people not understanding, going short, or also maybe even thinking it's not, the thing to do. You shouldn't do that.
Hmm.
It's wrong, but not understanding, what it means to go short.
Yes.
And I mean, Andy, I mean, when you buy something, you hope it goes up. When you short
Right.
something, you hope it goes
Hope it
down.
goes
I
down.
mean, there's more
Yeah.
to it, but I mean, that's it.
Right. Right.
It's really that's
I
it.
know. I know. And as far as the big picture goes, trust me, you're just riding the wave. You're not affecting the overall market.
Exactly,
There's
exactly.
all these institutions and funds, man, the kind of size they shuffle around is nothing compared to, our little, 1 or 200 shares.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, I mean, if you went short Tesla today,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's not like Tesla is a terrible company you're trying to ride
No.
into the ground. You're just taking advantage of a price move. And
Exactly.
tomorrow you could go long. So
Absolutely. Yep.
it's not a matter of feeling that, well, you're trying to destroy this company because you're going
No.
short. No, you're
No.
just taking advantage of a move on that day and maybe a couple of days if you're swinging, and you could go long, as I say, 2 or 3 days from now. It's just taking advantage of a price move.
Absolutely. That's right, man. But well, listen, yeah, I mean, feel free. I mean, to get back to your break. I hate to take up all your break.
Well,
Started
I
talking
don't
to you,
really.
but
My
yeah,
break is just a bit of a workout, a munch on an apple, and then I just
there you go.
then I'm back at my
Usually
desk and I'm
back at
listening.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and just trying to figure out what to do. So I don't have no idea if you want to keep jawing. That's fine. But if you want to talk about something that's to the group that I don't that I'm not involved in, yeah, go ahead.
Uh,
Well, they're saying what,
no,
X
no,
is
no,
just,
no. I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't. I mean, unless you want to just come in and take over. But I
well,
enjoy I enjoy chatting with you, Barry. I don't get to chat with you very often.
well, I know. I mean, we sort of, well, we don't really chat, but yeah, every Tuesday and Thursday we have these marketing meetings, such as they are. And yeah, we don't really have a lot of interaction.
Right.
So, and I think our AGMs are a thing of the past for a while anyway, but I don't know when there will be another one. Have you heard?
Another what?
Another AGM for us, like
Oh, yeah, man.
all get
I
together?
yeah, I don't know. Uh seems like we
Hmm.
we should have one pretty soon. But yeah.
ENLT just launched. ENLT just launched IPO.
Oh, okay.
1825.
Ah,
Okay, what was the
and halted.
and halted, exactly, halted almost immediately. So what I want to find out though is what was the IPO price? Um, and how many shares were issued? This is a more expensive one than I'm used to. You know what one you might want to keep an eye on
Hmm.
is this LICN, okay? LICN, China IPO from,
Oh
I
yeah.
guess, 4 days ago, okay? Now, the IPO price was $4, and I
Okay.
think there were 6.5 million shares issued. So, certainly not a lot. Now, hasn't really done much, but if it takes out that high of
Uh-huh.
427, 4 days ago, you know how these things can go, Andy.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, you never know. You just absolutely never
Uh,
know. And so I've got an alert set, a price alert. As I heard you talking, but just set a price alert and forget about it.
sure.
I've got it
Exactly.
set for the high of 4 days ago. And if it for whatever reason, I have no idea what they do. I mean, Lich in China, I have no idea what they
It
do.
looks like there is some sort of tax service providing
Yeah,
financial and taxation solution, educational
you're right.
support, so forth.
That's,
Yeah.
I guess I can read about the profile, but it doesn't matter. It's China, and you
Yeah.
just never know
Hmm.
some of these crazy. What we haven't seen, and it's several months ago, you remember those China ones that came out of on 4, and then within a day or two they hit 80, and then they come right back down several days later,
Oh
and they do
yeah.
nothing, nothing. But boy, I mean, that's why I'm always interested in these little China IPOs. You never know out of nowhere when they can get going.
For sure, man. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. I got a price alert set.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, set it and forget it, and if it happens, great, but you don't have to keep staring at it. Now, are you getting involved at all in this anchored VWAP yet?
No, not really. I mean, I will if I'm looking at some of the daily charts of stocks that I may be, interested in buying in my longer term account. I will take a look. But I not so much for you know really active trading. If I'm looking
Okay.
at something for 2 or 3 day hold, I don't really jump in it. But
Hmm.
uh,
It is definitely interesting. I'm intrigued by it. The one drawback right now is that if you if you draw it on a chart and then you
mhm.
leave that chart and come back to it, it's not saved. So that's a royal pain.
Yeah,
I
that
mean, you
is.
can have some thumbnail charts, I suppose, and get it on there, so you can kind of keep an eye on it. But yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely
It really
interesting.
is. It is. I have played around with it enough to know that wow, it works at times.
Hmm.
As a matter of fact, Shannon was talking about the other day on TV. Actually, come on, charts. Uh, he was talking about the anchored VWAP from the high going back to last January. Let's see if I can get this chart so everybody can see it here.
I'm looking right now. Your SPY chart. Okay.
Okay, and if I do an anchored VWAP from the all-time high, and look right here, got close to it there, bounced down, pop hit it
Hmm.
there. We did go through it here, but now we're back, actually back below it. So,
Right.
but anyway, there was a couple of cases where it is, bouncing, hitting it. So it's good to look at. Yeah. Now, if I go, are you saying if I leave this chart during the day and I come back, it's gone?
Gone.
Or you mean if I close out, let's see, it's
Yeah, yeah.
Microsoft.
Now you go back to that SPY chart. It's not there anymore.
Ah, you are correct. Okay, that is weird.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, I mean, there are charting programs that, of course, and that's just something they have to work on. I mean,
Right.
if we're gonna take this seriously at all, in terms of anchored VWAP, and things like that, if we're gonna take it seriously, I hopefully
Yeah.
in the new charts, things like that will be relatively easy to do. I
Hmm.
have no idea from a technical point of view and what goes into what the devs have to go through to make it happen. But I've looked at other charting programs, and yeah, you draw the VWAP, and it's there forever until you get rid of it.
Yes. Yeah. I. That's the way it should be. It really should. It
Hmm.
seemed like it'd be an easy fix.
Yeah, so I mean,
Yeah.
I suppose the work around it is having some thumbnail charts that, of course, don't change, and some thumbnail charts that you do want to follow. So, for instance, the races.
Right.
You've got 10 in a watch list. Maybe pick a few of them, maybe 4 or 5 of them that might be interesting. Do the anchored VWAP on those thumbnail, and then you can kind of watch them
Okay.
and see what happens.
There you go.
As long as you just take
Wow.
off, obviously take the symbol linking off, and that's a way to do it. It's probably not the worst thing either, because then it gets you just to focus on a few charts and see whether or not this anchored VWAP does make sense at all.
Sure. Oh yeah. I've seen enough to know where yeah, it would be prudent to put it to use at times for sure.
Hmm.
Boy,
Oh, I see
I had
Steve is in the room, right?
look at this cocoa breakout today. That was really nice.
Oh my,
How did I miss that? The Vita Cocoa Company. I think I've seen their stuff in the markets.
I'm sure it's really good for you because it's got Vita in the name. Yeah, what a run over what 3 weeks, I guess, from 14 to actually it looks better than it is. I'm looking at the chart. I mean, look, going from 14, I'm going to get on the chart. I can't really see. What did it come
Yeah,
from? Say, yeah, from
it's going to run
14 to
into
15,
some.
17. Still nice, still nice.
Yeah,
And I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one today.
yeah. Not
Uh,
earnings, and not earnings aren't
Not
till.
earnings. Nope. Definitely not earnings. I'm looking at IB, make sure, sometimes, we don't have the correct earnings date or it hasn't been adjusted, but I'm looking at my IB headline. I don't see any reason for it. It's amazing, isn't it, Andy?
Yeah,
I mean, and I mean, the volume is not, I mean, it's 4 times normal, but, and it's a relatively low float, but you would
right.
think there'd be something somewhere
Hmm.
that would alert you, but you probably have to go into Twitter or, dive into Reddit somewhere and try to figure
For
out,
sure.
is there a reason for this to move like this?
Yeah, that was a. Also, the cocoa is actually short for coconut. I see. Uh,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so it's coconut water, some sort of. So I have seen it in the store. I think my wife drinks some coconut water every now and then.
You know what? It's awful, in my opinion.
Me
I've
too.
seen
I don't
other
like it
I've
either.
seen other ones with coconut
Yeah.
water, and I thought, okay, I'll do it. And my goodness, I mean, it's just it's tasteless, bland. Well, it's not. You know what? If it was tasteless, that'd be better. It'd be more like water. But it's got this, for me, anyways.
Yeah,
It just
I
has this
agree. I don't
taste. I
like
don't
it
like
either.
it. Now, if they told me it was going to add, 20 years to my life, okay, I'll suffer through it for one day, or one time a day to do it. But I just didn't like the taste at all.
No,
And
I.
of course, to make the taste good, you know what you got to do? You got to add some sugar, and then why do it?
That's right. Yeah, it defeats the purpose.
There we go. Mr. Benson is telling us he's got ozoned water is better, and he's got a machine. I have no
Yeah,
idea what that means, but I mean, I know what ozone is, I know what water is, but I don't know what that would taste like.
yeah. I got a water cooler, but it's not nothing to do with ozone to water.
Do you do any do you have any of the drinks, like the five hour energy drinks, or what do you do, or do you do anything?
No, I really don't do anything.
Red Bull or
A couple of big cups of coffee in the morning usually gets me through the day. I don't do the energy shots. Well, first of all, if I do them like after 6 o'clock, or even coffee, sometimes I have a hard time sleeping after. So.
Oh yeah, but I'm talking during the. Of course, you're a little bit later than me. That's true. You're a little bit later than me. But yeah, I'm talking about during market hours.
Oh yeah.
Getting up at 4 is sometimes
Yes.
by about 9 my time. I'm going. Woo. Yeah, I mean, Because it's not like I'm going to bed at 7 o'clock. That's the problem. It's a
Yes.
great time zone. Yeah, everything's done early, but boy, it can really can kind of wear on you,
Oh,
especially
I
by
know.
Friday.
I lived in for 23 years on the West Coast, and
Oh, okay.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, you know the
You
drill.
oh yeah, I know the drill. Getting up, 4 or 5 every morning, studying
Hmm.
charts. It was nice to get off at 1, but I don't know. I kind of like my schedule here too. Market opens at 8:30, so I get up at 6:30.
I think the mountain time zone wouldn't be would be okay. Just
Oh
give me
yeah,
one
that'd be
extra
nice.
hour. Just
That'd
give
be
me one
nice.
extra hour,
Uh-huh.
and you're still done fairly early. And but just give me that one extra hour. That would probably be the most ideal.
Yep. I've thought about that too. Mm.
So let's all move to Alberta for me. I don't know what the mountain time zone is. Is that Denver?
That's
Is that
Denver.
the
I actually used to
Denver?
live in
Okay.
I used to live in Salt Lake City in the foothills there, man.
Oh,
That
okay.
was one of my favorite place. Probably the favorite place to ever live because even though I like the ocean on the West Coast, something majestic about those mountains, man. Those
Hmm.
big old mountain ranges all around you.
Well, of course,
Uh,
I'm used to that in Vancouver. I mean, I
oh
can see
yeah,
the ocean and the mountains, and
yeah,
just
nice.
just one gaze. So it's amazing, truly amazing.
Have you guys
Well,
got
Lindy,
much
listen, if
snow
you
this
went
year?
ahead, sorry,
Did you
sorry.
guys got much snow this year?
No, not really. We had one couple of days, and then it's all gone the next day, and one other then was gone the
Okay,
next day. We don't get very much snow here.
yeah, that's what I
You
heard.
know, it's
Yeah,
yeah, it's quite a sort of like, well, if you know Seattle at
sure.
all, it's virtually like Seattle. A lot
Okay.
of rain and stuff in the winter, but it keeps everything nice and green,
Uh huh. Oh yeah.
which isn't bad.
Oh no, it's I would love to live back in the mountains again.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, there's something about it. Mountains and ocean, it's a great combination.
mhm. Yeah. All right.
All right. Well, if you want, I can take over. I know
Okay.
we're dominating. We're doing a travel log here for the last 10 minutes. So,
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Um,
okay, I'll take over now,
have a
Andy.
great weekend, Barry,
You too.
and
Who are you going
everybody out
for?
do the same.
Who are
What's
you
that?
going for? Who are you going for?
Man, you know what? I'm just gonna have to wait and see how my gut feels. I want to say Kansas City because
But who do you want to win? Who do you want to win?
It's one of those kind of games where Barry, it's probably going to be Kansas City because I hate Philadelphia because they're such a rival of Cowboys. So
Right.
yeah, it's going to
Well,
be
there's your answer. So
right.
that's who you're going for. But yeah, it's sort of a toss up. Who is going to,
Yeah,
if you had to put money on it, yeah, it's more of a toss up in that regard.
yeah.
But yeah, you know what? I mean, I'm intrigued by the young quarterback, of course, with Philadelphia,
Hmm.
especially what happened to him at Alabama
Yeah,
and
for
the
sure.
whole deal, and basically an afterthought, and in the draft, and then coming through. So I thought, you know what? It's a great story,
Yeah.
in that regard. But I'm with you.
Oh
I
yeah.
got a soft spot with Mahomes, and also we'll see if
Yep.
that ankle can hold out.
Two Texas boys are the quarterbacks in the Super Bowl. So
Well, there you go. So it's hard for
yeah.
you to choose.
Well, not really. I mean, I do like I like them both, but yeah, it's the idea that Philadelphia and the Cowboys are such a big rival. So
Yeah.
there's no way I can cheer for Philadelphia. So
Okay. Okay.
all right, man. Have a good one,
Okay.
Barry.
You
Take
too.
care.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Got off the trading path, but that'll happen every now and then. So, did anybody take this AYX short? I was talking about it underneath that VWAP, and this went a lot better than I thought it would. And the X-Pond is still kind of hanging around that 50 cent mark. I will not be surprised if later on it just has a run. I'm not anticipating it. In other words, when I say that, I'm not taking it now in anticipation. It's going to have to get above that high 4. I know it sounds crazy, but if it gets over 4, I mean this thing could really start to run again. I don't think the Hills is going to do it. It just doesn't have that look to me anymore. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. I thought this was, thought it was a bigger pullback. Well, again, the same sort of thing. If we get some volume, but you can kind of see, if you look at you can see my 15-minute chart, you see how the volume has just dwindled after that, huge opening. 83 million shares have traded, 21 times the float. But it's got to take out that VWAP, which is at 227. You never know. You get some volume taking it through the VWAP, and with that float of 3.95 million, anything could happen. So I do have my alert set up here. I think I'll set another alert around 233, just to see that that'll mean it'll definitely have taken out the VWAP for a bit, and just kind of see. The market is putting a bit of a rally here, 1259, so it's 45 minutes up. One of my more distasteful stocks. They did one before too. Not to be confused with Genius Group, okay? I don't think there was any connection, but this is GNS. This is the news, yeah. This is the one that, I don't know, it seems like years ago now, they had some kind of a deal going with Disney, or a couple of guys from Disney came over. I think that was more what it was about. But they did one, didn't they? They already did a reverse split a while back, so that's another one. And how can we tell? Let's take a look at, now this is not reverse split adjusted yet. Yeah, so that is trading, so that'll be on Monday. So that'll take effect on Monday. That's an amazingly big float for this stock. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did not do a reverse split before, because that's a huge float, 297 million. So that'll go down to 29 million. Keep an eye on EOLS. The only issue is yesterday's high, and it's got some, but yesterday's high is right at it. But the day before that was 940, so it might have a little bit of a move. It is now basically flat, the big recovery. Look at this one, Genie Energy. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. GNE. Yeah, it doesn't trade very much, 151,000 shares, so it's a little bit tough as an intraday trade. But nice break over the whole number. And when you look left, I don't see anything. So here's the situation. Somebody asked earlier. I don't see anything on this weekly chart, so I have two things I can do. I can either, you know, get a little bit bigger or take a look at the monthly chart. See, I've got to go back to 2016. I don't care. I don't care about what happened in 2016 so much, or 15 even. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, there's really no resistance, certainly not nearby. I mean, do we really care what happened 7 years ago? 7 or 8 years ago? Of course, that 2-year high. So here, I mean, the Brazilian airliner underneath 5 now, all-time low. Wow. And this is AZUL, AZUL. Oh, thank you, Chris. I see what you've done. All right. Well, TCAT. Okay, I'll take a look at TCAT. NFT play. Yeah, it's been very active. I mean, 2 days ago, got right into the 200-day moving average, fell off it. And then today, trying to get through it. What's the 200-day is 131 over the VWAP now. Let's see. Back this weekly chart out, and what do we see? Yeah, to me, it looks like it could stall at around 150. So if you're not in this now, to me, it could stall at around 150. This one's got a little bit of room. TCRX, some volume coming in. TCRX has some volume coming in. Yeah, but the overall volume is not great. But the spread's okay. But the overall volume is pretty light to try to intraday trade right now. I mean, it might be picking up. You won't see it here because the volume is under 200,000. So you won't see it here. And that is one of the filters I have for this particular race. May not matter, but this is now look at the spread 223, 233. Pretty bad for a $2 stock. I don't know when the next test drive is going to be, Terrible Trader. I'm not sure when it's going to be. Certainly not soon. I think they want to make sure, again, this migration to AWS. Also, we're looking at changing our charts to HTML type charts. I think they want to get all that finalized before we do another test drive. Boy, this rum, guys, now it's underneath 9, and let's look left on it. 8, well, okay, 881. Too bad. Looking down here on that weekly chart. I mean, if it gets through 881, 87, 87, look at this. I mean, we're down to $7 here on that weekly chart for rum, RUM. But what you can do is if you, let's take a look. I think I have a link for the test drive. Okay, yeah. So if you, gotta make sure it still works. So if you click on that test drive link, let's see, hopefully it still works. I haven't used it for a while. Yeah, so you'll be notified when it is, okay? You just have to give the email, sign up, and then you'll be notified exactly when it is and the instructions to get involved in it. Okay? Oh, I see. So why, I'll ask you the question, why do you want premium? I mean, the only reason normally people want premium is to have access to the AI. This is what it looks like today. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but oh, the back tester. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's, I don't often talk about that, but you're right there. If you're into back testing your strategies, yeah, you need the premium service because then you have unlimited back tests available to you. Okay, Flux, FLUX, another earnings play, just not a lot of volume. Just not a lot of volume. All right, another leg down now for AYX, guys. I ride this into the sunset today. I mean, this has just been a great short. Hardly any movement up. Just that run right there, little topping tail. Other than that, it's just been, a little pause there, but that's not a big green candle. Would not wipe you out of the trade for at all. So still up 5%, but just absolutely fading off that high. Interesting. Look at B. Remember at the very beginning, this was actually, it's an earnings play and it was positive, and then all of a sudden that opening candle did have a downgrade, I noticed. but is completely and utterly rebounded. Again, if you're paying attention to if you're into the VWAP, I mean, look how it held. It got to it on that 10 o'clock candle. It tested it again on the 10:15 candle, and then it kind of ran away from it. Hood, did that cause it to pop a bit? This has been sneaky. Look at these two. You kind of disregarded them, but look at these two. I mean, LGF.A and .B, and one alert at 982. It's at 1029 right now. Basically, fairly steady on the way up, and I'm sure the other one is going to look very similar. 929, 968. Sneaky good, these two. I did not take them. I didn't think they'd have any sort of a move, really. I thought it would be just kind of boring, but not at all. I mean, that's a great, 929 to 970, it's a tremendous percentage move, and it's still not over. I mean, it's just inching its way up. And that's from my 10-day daily breakout. So, look at the Oscar, worked okay for a while, 486, and it got up to 512 where it pulled back. And then, the XPON, of course, is really good. 305 on the alert, got up to 375. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. What time is it? 1:17. So back around, say 127. Shouldn't take me that long, but 127. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Heading into the final stretch. Boy, look at this AYX. What a man. Challenging another whole number now. AYX challenging another whole number, 63. Not like I got in this early either, guys. I mean, this was just as I was taking my break. I think I'm in at 65, 60, 65, 70-ish. So it's not like I got in up here, but I just thought, this is just doesn't look like it wants to bounce anymore. So there's over 250 right now. And again, why would I do it? Well, again, I look left, 59.58 certainly is the next low looking left. So had a lot of room underneath. I know it's an earnings play. Is that a true candle? True topping tail on lift? OAFT? That really happened? If so, that probably got a lot of people out of this short, if that actually happened. It seems like a big, big move, 309 million in the float to flash up and then down. Andy and I were talking about Coco in the YouTube room while I was just taking over for him. Yeah, look at this Coco. Okay, so this is yesterday. Evercore putting a $16 price target on it. Target met. It's at 16 now. Yeah, hard for me to believe that was a legitimate green candle for LYFT. Wow, over 16 now, this Coco, guys. What is the next high looking left? Wow, I took that out, 1589. High is 1608 on the weekly. High is 1614. High is 1657. So still has a little bit of room. Volume is a little light, but boy, what a move for Coco. Almost moving with the market. Not really. I mean, it was moving like this all day. Remember, the market had about an hour downturn, but we are in now a straight hour up in almost an hour and 15. This has another little less than 3 minutes for that candle to close, that 15-minute candle to close. That to me is why this AYX is pretty impressive. It is not bouncing at all with the market, even though it's an earnings play and it was up. It's still up for the day, but boy, it is not bouncing at all with the market. And we've got Oppenheimer putting an $80 share price on it from 70. Interesting. All right, Kara, a little lift off that VWAP here, guys. And that is CARA. All right, guys. Well, we've all been asked to test the new charts. Okay, these are the HTML charts. So the last time I did this, it froze my system. So fingers crossed. You don't have access to this, of course, but use browser interface. So supposedly what happens here, it's not that they look any different, that much different, but we're going to be able to add a lot more indicators and things like that a lot easier. At least that's the way it has been explained to me. So I think what I'll do is I'll put a 5-minute chart on this. Okay, so obviously the watermarks and all, I mean, this is like pre-alpha. Not beta, this is like pre-alpha. Okay, so I'm testing it on another monitor. Hmm. All right, guys, give me a moment here as I'm adjusting something on my other monitor. All right, well, things have, okay, look at IVDA through or right at the VWAP. The issue I have is that the highs of the day kind of loom above it, so it's not as interesting to me. Remember Cala? It was going to be this wonder drug or something. Just absolutely got shellacked after that tremendous move from $4 up to $57 in 5 days. And then since then, it's just given not all of it up. So all I have right now, guys, I got out of that VWE. It just wasn't moving at all. I was basically made a couple of pennies on it. So all I have right now is still that AWAYX short. Just watching how it's trading around that $63 level. Ooh, Carvana may be interesting. Look at Carvana underneath 11 now. Ooh, boy, 966 is the next low looking left. Well away from the view app, but boy, I mean, underneath that whole number now, and people, looking left again, 990. So it's about over a little over $1 away from the next low. Wow, look at Coco. Wow. I mean, this has just been a tremendous run. I mean, when we were last saw it was around 1560. Now it's at 1611. And the high is 1589, 1608, 1614, and 1657. So I mean, this is and again, I don't see any news on this. There was an entry right here basically at 1570 or so. I'm just looking here, uptrend, have a stall on that uptrend. I don't know if it's high was 1572. Yeah, so I mean, technically, this is not a red bar ignored technically because it's not completely engulfed by the previous green candle, but close enough. I mean, the highs are the same. So, you look at an uptrend, a pause in the trend, and then the trend continues. Andy and I were talking about this one in the YouTube room. Is that the reason? Funny, I just don't see any unless it's in our news. Okay. Free hangover recovery the Monday after the Super Bowl. Oh, I see. So it's billing itself as oh, okay, that makes sense, I guess. Well, I wish I'd seen that. That's amusing. I mean, so, and you're saying that, and they partnered with DoorDash, well, partnered loosely. No, no, they partnered. Okay. Coco and DoorDash are launching the hangover shot for consumers nationwide. Hilarious. Okay, guys, I've offloaded most of my AYX. So see if it has any more downturn through 63. It doesn't look like it right now. So I've offloaded most of my short of AYX. Now this is shortable for me also, Coco. Not that I necessarily want to, but this is shortable. Just looking, lots of shares, almost 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so tax time coming. H&R Block, HRB. When do they have earnings? So they had earnings on the 7th. Okay, didn't. That's sort of a non-event. Post market. So the reaction was on the 8th, right there. But then the next day had a drop. But maybe like a lot of things dropped yesterday. Well, here's another one, guys. Another earnings play, Corsair, the makers of mice and other things, but CRSR above the VWAP, but just, resting, just kind of snoozing right here. It's up 10%. Decent volume, 5 times normal, not a huge float, 36 million, but just kind of resting here. You never know. I mean, maybe later on in the day, it did spike up to 1767, so about $1 above the current price right off the bat before it pulled all the way back down to here, 1567, and then sort of settled down into this area now, CRSR. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch the AWAYX in case it takes out 63. I don't have that much left, but the next low is 59 or so, so we'll see. Well, that was the place to short it for cocoa. Now, let's see what it does at the VWAP. If it gets there, 1553 is the VWAP. Does it get close and bounce? I mean, that's the first big downturn for cocoa all day. It's had two other red candles, but certainly not the width of this one. Yeah, guys, things are really, for me anyway, not much is moving. Look at this KD, just again, another one kind of hanging on that VWAP. Symbiotic, SYM. Now, maybe this looks a little bit like the cocoa in terms of the lift. Maybe this is done for a while. SYM. Well, I've been trying to short this rum on that break of 9, but they just won't not fill me at that uptick rule, down more than 10%. Plenty of shares available, but they just will not fill me. And I've been inching it down penny by penny, but I just don't want to go any further because right now, 844 looks like the next low looking left for RUM. I mean, I've been watching Carvana. I have a thumbnail, so I've been watching this one, Carvana. If it really wants to get going underneath, I mean, it's got lots of room, 990, so it's got $1. It just is really just not doing too much. Sort of inducing me maybe to take this short and just put a stop at $11 for CVNA. What's the volume like? Yeah, the relative volume is so low, but that, of course, it's skewed because of the day it had here. 148 million shares traded here, so 14 is still, a fair number, but the relative volume is going to look quite low because it has to factor in this day here. But I think I'll take a pass. I just don't see things moving that much right now, so I'm not going to trade out of boredom. Well, if it's going to continue like this, guys, I'll probably wrap up. I've been doing this the last few Fridays. I'll probably wrap up at 3 as opposed to say 3:20. So we're almost into the last hour. Don't be shy. Ask questions if you have them. Well, listen, if William is packing it in, a diehard trader of diehard traders in our room, that tells me something. Have a great weekend, William. Well, this bark has no bite. Look at the, so I did see this one. I did see this one in the pre-market. It is an earnings play. I just didn't think it would have, a big move, but you know what? I mean, even from 159 down to 143 fairly steadily. Now, you would think it's coming into a support area around 137. So maybe we'll have a bounce, but I don't see a big bounce. Yeah, I mean, here's another one, very low volume. It's moving higher. NHC probably coming into some resistance around 60.70 or so, $60.70, but it's very low volume. You can just tell stocks that don't trade very much because 131,000 shares represents almost 12 and a half times normal up to this time of day. So Looks like Xpon is not going to do it. Looks like Xpon is not going to try to take out that high. It's starting to drift down. Not shortable for me. I think we talked about that earlier. This would be pretty interesting through the VWAP, but it's not shortable for me. TDTX from the captain. Is that the right symbol? Probably not, right? EGTX, okay. Ah, man, another one. Very low volume. Shoot. This looked pretty good. It's PKE, Park Aerospace. Looked pretty good on that little break there, but the volume is just not there. My guess is that the spread is not good. Well, it's not the most terrible spread I've seen. 1524, 1531, but after hours yesterday got up to 16. Another one, the volume isn't huge, but boy, look at this ASYS trying to come out of this area over the 200-day moving average, 9 and the VWAP, of course, 9 and 909 respectively. And of course, looking left, I mean, it's got a ton of room. 1076 is the high of yesterday. And probably, I don't know if this was, looks like now, this isn't earnings play, guys. This was the result. So the released after hours the day before. And then, so this is the result of earnings for ASYS, trying to have a little bit of a bounce. Hmm. Now I tried to get the Carvana short and it's not down 10% yet, but they just wouldn't fill me. It started dropping. Definitely not having a lot of luck trying to get some of these. Well, let's just do it here. I'll just do it in the simulator. Let me connect. All right, so we just took a 300 share short in the simulator of CVNA, and the entry is at 1077. Just going to show you how you can practice trading. So if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, this becomes we'll call it a swing trade. I mean, I could get it on Monday, but it carries forward the next day. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. And this will be, I mean, in the simulator, it's a $1.50 commission. I don't know if it's a $1.50 every one. Looks like it's half a cent a share or something. So yeah, that's IB, right? IB is half a cent a share. So that's why that's a $1.50. So somebody was saying yesterday, so yes, if you were trading with E-Trade, you have zero commission. But if you're trading using this brokerage plus window using IB, you're not able to do this using IB Lite with free commission. So this will, these results, I mean, look, it's a $1.50 for the commission here. These results will be worse if you are using a non-commission broker. But that's a good thing. Probably more real world. And if I want to get out of a trade, if I had a bunch of trades here, I just highlight the one I want to get out of, and I could click flatten. That gets me out of a trade, or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. So remember, guys, no mystery about shorting. When you go long a stock, you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. And if you short a stock, you hope the price goes down. I mean, it's, that simple mathematically. Yes, you have to have shorts available. Yes, the uptick rule. Yes, but mathematically, that's all it is. People seem to don't understand the concept of shorting. You can see there I am at 1077. The price is 1069, so I'm up. Now look at this one. I think it moved 20 cents so far since I was talking about it. I'm not in this one, but ASYS. I'm still in my AYX short. Is just hanging around 63, waiting to see if it can really get underneath 63. Man, it's slow now, guys. It is super duper slow. Coming into resistance, unfortunately, NAOV, nice move. I mean, nice move from volume coming in for sure. But to me, it's just coming into a little bit too much resistance. VLON, okay, I'll take a look at VLON. I'm sure it's under $1. And the answer is yes. Yeah, big rip. 145% now. I don't know. I don't see any news on it. I'm sure there must be something, but I don't see any news. A little pharma. Next high looking left is 78, 79 cents. So it's still got a little bit of room on a percentage basis. Well, here's another one right at the VWAP, guys. AVRO 179 is the VWAP, right at it. And in the pre-market, it got up to 229. So I don't know if it gets some volume coming in. Maybe it gets rolling again. Had a nice move after hours yesterday. That's that move area you see. Nice move up. Any news on this one? Again, I don't see any specific news for this one, AVRO. I think it probably had news here a couple of days ago. Ooh, all right, guys. Questions? Any questions? Try to keep my interest level up. I wish that VWAP weren't there. So close. 1555. The reason being is this is This looks like, though it's not a huge trend, this looks like a green bar ignored on cocoa. You got that little pause there. If that gets down to 1567, that candle, that current 15-minute candle, this could get this really rocking on the way down, but the VWAP is there, so that could hold it. That's the problem. Can it go anywhere? Yes. Can Newell go anywhere? Yes. Will it? I don't know. Let's take a look. Big float. Earnings play, of course. So it went positive. It did go positive. It was slightly negative. It's gone positive now. Well, I mean, look, the next high is 1536. So, there's that. For me, 15 could stall it, that whole number. But hey, I mean, it's the trend is up. It is an earnings play. Yeah, Geo had a nice day yesterday. I know somebody mentioned it earlier. It might have been in our YouTube room. I can't remember. Somebody did mention it earlier. It's at the high yesterday now. Yesterday's high was 1233. I had a pretty good day. I mean, it didn't really pull back that much. It got as high as 1223 and it closed here at around 12. So that wasn't a huge pullback. Big bottoming tail here. Sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers are still in control. GEO, next high looking left on the weekly chart. It's 1244. So it's very close. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the one that usually trades along with Geo, another prison stock, CXW. Now this is just sitting on the VWAP right now. So this is definitely Geo is definitely excuse me, definitely looks stronger than this CXW. I'm seeing PRVB. I know. Yeah, look at this. I mean that 10 break. Now, I mean you're talking 1049. So that 10 break. Look at the first time though, it took out 10 and then look what happened. I mean, it was up at 1031 and all the way back down 994. That looked like it was over, but look at the VWAP. Look at that little purple line right there on the 15-minute chart. Look how the VWAP held it. Came right back into it. A couple of candles, it was touching it and then ran off that VWAP. All right, guys, again, keep an eye on the EOLS. EOLS, I think it's back to break even. Still down a penny from yesterday's close, but 940, 920 to 940. I mean, maybe it takes that out. Maybe. Is me. Okay, so TV again, you got a little bit of room. 1048 is the next high, 1026 right now, so about 20 cents away. But again, just like to see more. I mean, if this weren't here and the next high was 1096, that would be a lot better. I think Zach is still trying to get a girlfriend or fiance or something out of some country. That's about all I know. He said he'd be gone. Said he hoped to return sometime in February. The other one, guys, look at this sitting on the VWAP. So I'm going to stick a price alert just over 20 for this CRNX. Okay, guys. Sort of keeping an eye on the X pawn as it tries to hold 3. It's a real slow day when not even the guys are chatting within trade ideas. There's nothing happening. Usually is a nice little discussion, a group discussion about different things, and there's nothing. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Is it still going? Is VLON still going? At 78 cents, I think. That was the next high. Yeah, right there. Right there. 78 cents. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you got to take a lot of shares. All right, thanks for that, Casa. Yeah, I mean, there's basically almost a double from 1 o'clock, got up to 80 cents. It was 42 cents. So yeah, I mean, I just not, I don't like to trade these ones under a dollar because you've got to take so many shares, and I just don't have the faith. It is not a pink sheet stock. So it will be GRI, okay? That'll be next, when will that be? Oh, the first quarter of 2023, so it still has to close. So obviously that happened, January 17th, that obviously happened last month. You're talking about this presentation, VLAN and GRI. Well, what to do? Okay, the market's starting to drift down. We had a nice hour and a half run or hour and 15-minute run up. So I guess this was a also an IPO, ENLT 1244. Yeah, actually we saw this one. Andy and I were talking about this one. A little bit late, for an IPO. Usually they're around 10:30 to 11, but they launched this one today. ENLT, Israeli Clean Tech. Okay, so this is an Israeli company. Not a big range. Yeah, not a big range at all today. Look at that. So I thought there was going to be a lot wider of a range, but 1790 to 1752, that is not a big range at all. Not for an IPO the day of, especially when this, priced like this. So with that in mind, I will put a price alert at the high and see if it takes it out later. ETHR, okay. Probably not today then. Would be surprised if they launch it today, 2:30. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I may put myself on mute. Are there any questions? I'll hop right back on. But before I do put myself on mute, I will put the my homepage information in here. So again, what will you find on my homepage? So if you click on the link, first you will see this first. You'll see this. So here is a promo code you can use to get 25% off. VDay 25, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And if you do that, please do the get started. 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, great free resource for you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here. You have the user guide, an explanation about stock racing, and my scans. Here are my scans. Here are the two races that you see. Here are those breakouts and breakdowns that I talk about. Pre-market act is up and down. So again, if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage and then use the promo code. Room gets credit, I get credit, and also if you save my link, then you can take a look at the my scans and all the education anytime you want. Okay, guys, I'm out of the AYX. Doesn't look like it wants to break at 63 now, so I've completely covered my position now in that short. So that's it. Doing nothing now. Unless something unbelievable happens. So I'll put myself on mute again. Don't be shy. I'll hop right back on if there is a question. So this might be an interesting one, taking a look at, I mean, it's late, but just out of interest, taking a look at these anchored VWAP, okay? So what I did was, I have it thumbnailed on my other chart, but I put the, I started here, and then at the top, right at the high here, and so you're gonna see, there's the line drawn right there. No, I thought there was more of a difference. Well, I guess the idea here is that if it ever got close and it did not succeed, you take the short right there and you put your stop at the VWAP. I think that is kind of the, yeah. So you know what? There's something, I'm not understanding something, because this is a 15-minute chart and I drew it. I started it right there. Oh, I know what I did. I didn't start it at the same spot. I did it on my thumbnail chart and I must have started it right there at 11 o'clock. Okay. The 11 o'clock candle. It wasn't the high. If I started it right there, okay, let's start it there when it started to move down. So we're gonna have, we'll have another VWAP line. There we go. So this is what I was sort of looking at. You know, what if it takes it out? If it takes that out, if it goes above the VWAP line, that anchored VWAP line right there in the 15, and maybe has a run towards the VWAP. Of course, this is all the art of it. Where do you start the line, you know? You know, at the beginning of the downturn, or, I mean, there's no right or wrong. Meanwhile, NAOV, you guys were talking about NAOV, low float, yeah. Wow, look at this, 6 to 7, just like that. And the spread is okay, seven, I mean, now, okay, 7707, but wow. So late day mover here. There was the alert. Don't often get the 10-day daily breakout this late, 702, 741 now for NAOV. I know you guys were talking about it. Oh, any news on this one? 27 million in the float. I mean, that's not crazy low. You check some other sources. Yeah, it's in the ballpark. I mean, Morningstar has it at 1.63 million, very low, but Yahoo and FinViz and TD Ameritrade and Wall Street Journal, all around this 27 to 30 million mark. So it's only Morningstar that has it at 1.63 million. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, so here's another one that's lifting a little bit here on some volume, Flux, FLUX. Saw this one earlier. I think the volume was a little light. Yeah, it's still a little bit light. It is an earnings play. They did a reverse split yesterday. Okay, well, maybe that'll be the next thing to watch next week. Okay, they did the reverse split yesterday. So did they put any news out? No news. So what was the ratio? I probably could find it here. 1 for 20. That's the good thing about our news. Okay, I can't see it in IB because it's just today's. So I like that in our news. You can see going back. So 1 for 20. So this is about 1.3 million in the float. And this has not been adjusted for that reverse split. And that's not up to us. It's reverse splits, not reverse splits, but the float and the float interest, short float percent, as we call it, they get adjusted every couple of weeks. So I'd say twice a month, and that's just industry standard. Well, look at this, guys. If you take a look, you see the problem again. This is what going to drive me crazy. But look at this. Might be very hard to see, but this is the anchored VWAP that I drew for AYX, and it literally went right into it. Hard to see, I know. And that would have been at 64.38. Okay, I'm sold. Just a minute, guys. I just want to point something out to the guys. Ah, meanwhile, yeah, CETX. Was this? No, I'm thinking of another one. Wow, look at CETX. Look at this one running, guys. Late day bloomers. Yeah, look at this one running. CETX, of course, had a big day a few days ago, got up to 1245. Volume coming in to CETX. Yeah, Bobby, Anchor VWAP. This is something that we have now available. You can read up on it about it. Anchor VWAP. You can read up about it. Brian Shannon has a book out. Steve Gomez and he are pretty good friends, I guess, and so he has been a proponent of the Anchor VWAP. You can start it right here. If you have the little pen there, click on it, and then the little anchor, that is the Anchor VWAP, and then you just draw it. Put it over here. The reason it didn't happen is because I didn't start it in this chart. Okay. Well, probably hard to see, but on that 15-minute chart right there for AYX, I drew the Anchor VWAP and it got right into it. I'm sure it's very hard to see, but if I draw my little line again, right there, got into it and bounced off it downward. Whoops. Stop it. It's in Trade Ideas, yes. You click on the pencil. I mean, listen, I'm not here to tell you how to use the Anchor VWAP. There's a bit of an art to it. Depends where you want to start drawing it from. But if you want to read up about it, what I would do is I would, check out maybe Investopedia or something like that, Anchored VWAP. So if I drew it on here, the CETX, okay. So you started off the little pen. Now, if you don't have the little pen or pencil on the chart, that must mean you're on a version of Trade Ideas that doesn't have it. So you have to be on a later version at least. But if you do have the little pencil, just click on it, and then this will pop up, and there's a little anchor, and click on the anchor. Now you can draw. Now you start your view up wherever you want. your anchored VWAP, wherever you want. So I'm going to start it right at the top here. And the chart will disappear for a second and then it gets drawn, okay? And that's that line right there. So I mean, the theory being, if it goes through it, maybe it's a long. If it pops into it, maybe it's a short, as an example. Okay, so that's what I was saying. I drew it here. That line, if you can see on the 15-minute chart for AYX, I drew it right there, and it went right into it and stopped and came right back down. Now, is that going to happen every single time? No, I'm sure it won't, but that's the principle of it. Now, the art of it is, where do you start? Where do you start? Could have started on the weekly chart over here. You could have drawn it and watched areas as the stock goes into it or through it. You can use it intraday by all means. Well, JC, I'll show you how you dock in general, but again, you can look in our guide. I'll show you where you can find that in our guide. Just in general, okay? Because what I'm going to tell you, you're probably going to forget. So let me go here. So if I click on my homepage link, let me drop the homepage link in one more time. Okay, so on the home, so if you click on my homepage link, and go to the education section, go to the user guide, and then find docking. Where are you? Docking right here. Whole bunch of information about how to dock, okay? But let me just show you very quickly the principle behind it, or how you can do it. And then after that, it's just repeat. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I wanted to take this one and float turnover. Okay, I've got these two. Let's say I wanted to put them in a dock so that they're in a dock. So the principle is the same. Doesn't matter how many windows. Okay, I'm just going to use these two. I'll move them off. So you start off by new docked window. Give it a name. I'll just call this text. Usually what I do is I call it dock something, because then when I want to do a search, all my docked windows will show up in a nicely, so I don't have to. So but I'll just call this test. Okay. I'll get rid of the. There. I'll call this test. Say okay. Now it takes you right to the guide. Okay, but I'll get rid of that. But it takes you right to the guide. So here we have a docked window, blank dock window called test. So if I want to put my watch list in it, okay, and again, this is any free floating window. I'm just using these two as an example. So I right click and I duplicate into test. So there it is. Okay. Now I want to put float turnover into this. Same thing, right click, duplicate into test. Now you've got a couple of tabs. Now, typically what you want in a dock is to be able to see everything instead of having to click on the tabs. I mean, that's okay if you want to do that. But now here, if I want, and I could understand, I could add a lot of different windows in here that are free floating. Now, if I want to take this, now I can start to organize it the way I want. I just grab the top, and once this little icon shows up, so now I can take that and put it on top, or to the left, or to the right, or to the bottom of this one here okay? So a little bit of playing around with it. If I want to take this and move it to the right of this, I just grab the header and move it to the right. Just use that down arrow. If I want to move this one for some reason to the right of this, just grab it. Oops, grab it. Okay. So that's the principle. And again, you can add as many free floating windows into your dock that you want. So what I did was here, I just took a bunch of individual charts that I had and, gave it this a name. Now I call this, well, you spelled that wrong. But anyway, gave it a name. And then I just duplicated it into that dock window and one at a time, and then, arrange them the way I wanted it. Again, not mandatory, certainly not mandatory that you do that, but it does clean things up a little. And this is why I give it a name starting with doc, because if I want to search load from cloud as an example, and now I type in the search, I type in dock, D-O-C-K, I will see all my docked windows. So that's why I always start off with dock in the name of it. Okay? But again, that's all in the guide. So I don't expect that anybody else who's listening to have remembered all that. So it's all in the guide. All right, guys. So this ENLT, it did get up to, I mean, it's a very tight range for an IPO. A very tight range. It did get up to the high here. This was, I mean, I'll draw that anchored VWAP right here. So obviously this is the only indicator you need, guys. So since it hit that VWAP, it is that anchored VWAP. It dropped over $1, dropped $1.50. That's obviously all we need. Hey. All right, guys, I think that's it. I thought I would shut it down at 3, but I got a little excited on that Anchorage VWAP, and I was talking to the guys. So, um, yeah, so the Hills did not take off. Neither did the Exxon. I am going to keep this price alert here for ENLT. Maybe on Monday it takes it out. So, I mean, I might do it. It might do it later. Right now, what's the spread like? 1780, 1782, and the high here was 1790. I mean, this could, I mean, if this takes out this 1790 again, it could have a little run end of day. Okay, guys, so let me get my script together. All right, everybody. Thank you for all of the help, as always, all week long. Have a great weekend, and I'll open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock. So, again, have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. Bye bye. And now, YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down. Have a great weekend also.